whatever, whatever you had planned.
I'll just introduce the speakers and moderators to everyone, and then we can all.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks.
You can call me over. Take the mic. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Dr. L.M. Singhvi Global Conference. Today's session is on the language of war, international organizations, international law, and international relations before, during, and after wars. Today, we have amongst us Professor Federico Gerast, who will be moderating the session, Dr. Jasmeet Gulati, Vice Dean Examinations, Professor Dr. Jyoti Pathania, Jindal School of International Affairs, Professor Dr. Deepshika Shahi, Jindal School of International Affairs. Welcome. I'm glad that all of you came so early in the morning for this session. So, well, we can begin now. Thank you.
Excellent. Am I audible? I think I am, right? Well, thank you very much, and welcome to all of you. I don't know, when I was told that we would be having this panel, I thought, or my first thought was whether we'd be having a more interesting time to discuss these issues in our lifetime. Hopefully we'll not, because we're talking about war, and I think the topic is pretty pressing from both a legal and an international relations perspective. And I'm glad that we're not just lawyers here, because otherwise we wouldn't solve anything, I guess. So hopefully we'll have some diversity and different perspectives. So I guess that the underlying question here is whether, from a legal perspective, and I'm talking about law, but I think it has deep impact in international relations, whether we can come to terms with these contradicting idea of prohibiting the use of force or outlawing the use of force as enshrined in Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter, not only there but mainly there, and using war as the ultimate sanction. That has been an underlying issue for centuries now. The just war theory brings it. I don't want to get legal here. I want to make it as broad a statement as possible so we can all offer our perspectives. But I think the world has tried to reconcile this idea of peaceful coexistence with war as the ultimate way of sorting out disputes. From a legal perspective, things seem pretty clear in terms of official or positive law. I'm not sure they do in terms of implementation or how things actually develop. I'd be more than happy to hear a more political analysis on that. But I guess our main concern could be today, how do we reconcile these? And an extra layer of analysis, which I'm particularly fond of and I've been working on lately, is how do we uphold the legal structure that we have today? I'm talking about the UN mainly, with this blatant, and I own my words, blatant act of aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. I'm not saying it's the only example of war that we're seeing. I'm saying it seems to be the most pressing one based on the reaction by the different states, which I'm not sure it's only based in legal terms. So I don't know, I'm struggling on that, the provisional measures by the ICJ, the absolute disregard of the same by the Russian Federation, the multiple intervention by different states as third parties with a particular interest in the proceedings before the ICJ. I think that kind of shows some level of exhaustion of the laws we've known it till today, and opens up several questions for us to reframe the existing balance, legal balance. Thank you very much. be it balance in legal terms, be it balance of power, if we can ever distinguish between these two, right? So I'd be more than happy to hear some insights, some thoughts on these very broad topics, but I'm trying to keep them broad purposefully because I think diversity brings with itself richness. So let's see what our colleagues have to say on that front.
All right, so I will just start with the legal perspective because we, coming from the legal background and dealing with international law, specifically talking of law of armed conflict, and then maybe we can pass it on to the international relations and seeing how international relations can bring about some kind of peace at the same time when we also think of Russia-Ukraine war in the backdrop, because every time we in the present times when we talk of war, so or armed conflict, what comes to mind is the aggression by Russia against Ukraine. Talking of international law perspective and looking into what jus ad bellum is about, which is legality of use of force. So the legality of use of force in international law comes from Article 51. Although I wouldn't agree with the first point that was made that war is a sanction, it acts as a sanction. In fact, under international law, there is non-use of force. The rule is non-intervention, principle of non-intervention as provided under Article 2, Clause 4. And when we say that in self-defense, the state can use force, that is only in self-preservation, which has to be used as a last resort, which Professor Federico just mentioned, that the aggression, or for that matter, use of force under self-defense or Article 51 would be as a last resort. And again, going back to Article 51, for self-defense, it specifically says that if armed attack has occurred, which time and again many powerful states have interpreted it differently by using the term as preemptive self-defense. While preemptive is when you preempt that there will be aggression against you and then you can use force in self-defense. For example, US many a times have talked of preemptive or anticipatory self-defense, which is under Article 51, really speaking, not allowed, because it says if armed attack has occurred, and it is only for the time being, which because it further qualifies by stating that till the time Security Council comes and takes action. So it is the immediate need for a state to use that force in self-defense when armed attack has occurred. So this right is not given to the states to use force even if it is for self-defense. So it is only, as I said, for that time. So going by jus ad bellum, that is legality of use of force, is only covered under Article 51 as per international law. And then talking of jus in bello, which is the laws of war. I'm afraid to use the word war, and my professors always told me that we should not be using the word war, because the idea was that we're going to end these kind of hostilities, we are not going to have war ever again. That was initially also after the First World War that states felt, and therefore they came up with the League of Nations. But then World War II happened, and then we thought that League of Nations was not enough, and hence we want to come up with the new organization which will prohibit any kind of use of force and will not promote war kind of situations, and we started using the term armed conflict. So the laws of armed conflict rather covered under Geneva Conventions and Hague Conventions are again flagrantly violated by the powerful states when they are violating the principles of intervention under international law, which is not as per Article 51. And with that background, the question is, why did Russia use force against Ukraine? Russia also, as we understand, is a member of the Security Council, permanent member of Security Council, so it stands at a very strong position when we talk of international relations also. And well, Russia has its own thoughts on this, because it feels that Ukraine, and specifically US, has violated that treaty which they had, that Ukraine will never be part of NATO. And hence, when US was trying to get Ukraine into the membership of NATO, that was questionable, and hence they used that force, and that there was this aggression by Russia. But whether or not, going by international law, whether or not it was legal is questionable, because it is not legal unless until there is actual use of force and not preemptive. With that background, or maybe with those notes on international law, I would want to pass it on to my co-panelists, Professor Deepshikha and Professor Jyoti.
Yeah, if I may?
Yeah, absolutely.
With the permission of the chair. All right. First of all, thank you for having me here. And, this topic is pretty interesting, because, we've all read when we were studying IR in JNU about just war. So I don't want to get into the theory part, but I would refer to what my colleague panelists just said, that international relations can bring peace, Now here, as a specialist in conflict resolution, I would like to tell the august audience that peace is not absence of war, right? Peace is not mere absence of conflict. Peace, according to Johan Galtung, who's a prominent professor of peace research, he says you can categorize peace into positive and negative. So negative peace is when there is perhaps less violent conflict, or perhaps no conflict or no war. And but that's not peace. Peace is structural changes that are there in the society. When you don't have poverty, when you don't have ethnic identity conflicts, when you don't have economics as a basis of conflict. So when your structural parameters are met, that makes it a positive peace. So, in a sense, holistic peace would be a combination of negative as well as positive peace. Now, international relation can bring war also, as we saw in Russian-Ukraine conflict. What did the big powers do? Is UN mere hogwash? Is United Nations a mere talking shop? Where were the permanent members of the Security Council doing? We were just watching. Why? Because each nation and each country had their own national interest to preserve. And that's fair enough. So when you got to preserve, keep your national interest alive, you don't care much about IR. India is worrisome because it needs to have its gas, its supplies from Russia. And India has always been a great friend of Russia, like many other countries. So there's a big question mark there. But I don't want to sound very pessimistic, because we did have an organization like United Nations, which came up in 1945 after the failure of the League of Nations, when sane nations decided that after the end of the war, we need to have, a conference like this. We need to have a conglomeration of nations who talk about peace. So Chapter 7, Chapter 6, Pacific Settlement of International Disputes in the UN, collective security, all these became part of the international organization. Why do I say we should not lose faith in the UN? Because in one of the questionnaires also it was mentioned that, you know, international organization, and I consider UN as one of the major international organization. Very less, very rarely, but it has played a role in preventive diplomacy. What do I mean by that? I mean that there was a place, there was an instance, if I'm not wrong, in 1992 when Serbia, Macedonia were about to go to war. But the UN, as an international organization, took a preventive action. It sent its good officers to that country. They spoke to various ethnic identities, the people who were actually in conflict. They held workshops, they spoke to them, and finally that conflict never came out into open because it was prevented from actually happening. So such instances, though rare, do keep our faith in the international organization and the international system. But then there are always, you know, its drawbacks and positives. I think I'd like to end there and perhaps invite.
Yeah, just
my other
a very
panelists, yeah.
short comment to see if we can flag something else. And I'm happy that Professor Patania mentioned it, because Professor Gulati was correctly pointing out the paramount role of Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. And I do agree from that perspective that that's the only authorization to use force. I would rather add on an individual basis, by states individually. I'm a bit more concerned on Chapter 7, though Article 51 is the last one in Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. It provides for a kind of different individual solution, to put it somehow, based on armed conflict, leaving behind the formalistic term war used in the 19th century and so. But I'm very concerned about Article 42, right? And the wording of Article 39. Article 39 is the first article in Chapter 7 and speaks of threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression. What we would call war, generally speaking, or in a not very technical sense, we would subsume it either in a breach of the peace or an act of aggression. But we can question that. But my main concern, as highlighted by Professor Patania, would be, okay, but we've got an institutional, collective way to deal with these kind of problems, right? Threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression. Obviously, in the Russian case, it becomes pretty patent that the institution, the United Nations, right, through the UN Security Council, does not have a solution because of the Russian veto power. But again, I'm extremely concerned about that collective response. And that's what I referred to, not very technically, maybe from a formalist perspective, war as a sanction, right? Saying when the institution itself says, like, hey, there's something happening here that we're not okay with, goes against Article 2.4, and under Article 2.7, the principle of non-intervention in the United Nations Charter, says, okay, the UN under 2.7 could not interfere in domestic affairs, but whatever is happening is far beyond a domestic affair. Therefore, it's on everyone's interest to jump in. Everyone's interest as far as it doesn't collide with an interest of the 5 permanent members with the veto power. And last, I would like to recall Kofi Annan's statement relating, like he said, that the absence of war is not peace.
Yeah.
Peace is unachievable without human rights, and human rights are unachievable without development. So that triad, I would call it, or that threefold approach, obviously in the late 90s, early 2000s, were the ones guiding many of the policies or many of the stances the United Nations took towards this kind of problem. The thing we have today is, unfortunately, we are having a Second World War-like invasion of a neighboring country. So let's see if we can talk a bit about that.
All right. A very good morning to all of you, and thanks for having me here. We are discussing wars. What are wars and what are the possibilities of peace in world politics? So you understood, with the help of the existing discussions, the institutional and legal approach to the idea of war, just war, for that matter. I'll explain the notion of just war taking a theoretical framework. I come from IR theory background, and I believe all the institutional and legal initiatives or provisions are somehow rooted in theoretical, philosophical standpoints. So when we study about the notion of just war in IR theory, it's basically about the justification of why, how, and when wars become sort of necessary under certain conditions in world politics. Now, this justification can be historical, institutional, legal. You just heard about the Geneva Conventions, for example, or the Hague Conventions, a range of articles that are available. So these are the elements that form the historical, legal, institutional framework. But then the theoretical aspect critically examines the philosophical and ethical consistency of established international agreements and conventions. And if needed, it also resourcefully recommends how these established international agreements and conventions must go through certain changes, modifications for that matter. Theoretically speaking, the notion of just war comprises three concepts. Jus ad bellum, already explained, that is the conditions that justify participation in war. Jus in bello, rules about how wars must be conducted when they start. And use post bellum, instructions on how war should be ended. Now, what's happening in international relations theory is that the academic discipline is becoming increasingly aware of the problems of Western centrism. That is, the problematic tendency to draw from Western history and Western philosophy to make sense of the realities of world politics. And that's the insight, the non-Western centric insight, that makes it clear that the idea of just war that we are currently discussing is essentially a Western centric concept and also inspired by the philosophy of St. Augustine. The philosophy of St. Augustine activates the biblical idea of original sin to deliver a realist image of a fallen world. So all of us essentially live in a fallen world which remains fraught with the possibilities of conflicts between self and other, good and evil, and so on. Theorists like Robert Cox, Richard Falk, and Joseph Hoover have argued how St. Augustine's considerations on the duties of Christian emperors of Rome to defend the empire stimulates the realist justification of contemporary just wars, as they legitimately proceed to fight against the inescapable axis of evil of the so-called fallen world. Moving further, we have theorists like R.B.J. Walker, Stefano Guzzini, who have explained how it is Max Weber who facilitates the integration of Augustinian realpolitik in the conduct of world politics. And that is done in an impersonalized way. For Max Weber, there is a clear link between the need to protect political units, the increasing monopolization of means of violence, and the rationalization of impersonalized institutions and their legitimacy, such as the UN. With the expansion of market, historically speaking, when the capitalist market expanded, classical class structures were undermined, the competition in the legitimacy for keeping means of violence got reduced, and the political units of states, the modern nation states, were reinforced. There are several steps in Weber's theoretical approach that the states go through before they end up becoming an expansionist political unit, and before that expansionist unit actually heightens the risk of war. So essentially, the mainstream IR theory works as an Augustinian Weberian standard of legitimacy of realpolitik, which speculates unpreventable wars and injustices of state-led violence. Alternatively, there are several strands of critical international relations theory that oppose Augustinian Weberian standard of legitimacy and promote the agenda of moral politic, not realpolitik. As such, they pick out lesser violence and greater justice while sponsoring the idea of a sort of cosmopolitanism within the bounds of an extra-state universal moral community. But then none of the Western-centric IR theories offer a viable alternative to the philosophical assumptions of St. Augustine, that is the inevitability of conflicts between the self and the other in a fallen world, or Max Weber, that is the logical legitimacy of an impersonalized international institution. I think if the IR strategists would go on sticking to these Western-centric frameworks, then it would be impossible to condemn war or even if you condemn war, you can't bring a total halt or prevention in wars, just wars or any other kinds of wars in international politics. Of late, there are several non-Western international relations theories that have cropped up. For instance, Chinese, Indian, Japanese, African, and Islamist IR theories. And these theories, unlike Augustinian Weberian worldview, do not support the idea of a world as a fallen construct or a fallen place, nor do they see an inevitability of conflict between the self and the other. For example, the Tianxia IR theory, which has been formed by Zhao Ting Yang, is about linking the notion of Tia, that is heaven, and Xia, that is under. So Tianxia assumes that the oneness of the world, indicated as all under heaven, shows itself in all its diversity. But in an all under heaven state, the self-existence cannot be secured at the expense of other existence. Instead, the self and other existence are interdependent. Even if the self and others, one's own nation and other nations remain far away in terms of time and space, there's never something that is essentially opposite or intolerable that needs conquering through just wars. The Advaita IR theory, situated upon the Indian philosophy of Advaita or non-duality, asserts that the realm of the international is a unification of phenomena, that is world in appearance, to use Kantian language, which is, of course, visible in terms of self-other separation. But there is an additional realm of noumena, which is the hidden world with self-other oneness. Together, the manyness of phenomena and oneness of noumena define perpetual global connectedness. As such, the self-other plurality should not be seen as separated but interrelated categories. Also, the Japanese IR theory informs that there are various ways of thinking about self-other relations in international politics. And these binary relations between one's own state or enemy state or self and other become political only when we view these constructs of one's own nation and other nations as bound in terms of a specific time-space matrix. It is only by seeing the unseen fluidity of these binary relations that we can make the borders that separate us less salient and ensure that we are different and simultaneously the same. We have some additional African conceptualizations, for example, the idea of Ubuntu, collective personhood, and Sufi Islamist vision of Wahadat al-Wajud, that is oneness of being, that foresees self and others as mutually co-constitutive. As such, whatever happens to the self happens to the other and vice versa. Of course, war on others is war on the self, and peace with the self is, of course, peace with the others. So if IR strategists somehow become willing to act in accordance with alternative philosophical legal standards of these alternative non-Western logics, then I think it would be possible to expect the international institutions to first stop normalizing wars and then take concrete measures to prevent wars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Jahi. Professor Gulati, Professor Pathania, do you want to make some brief remarks before we open it up? Maybe, because we brought a lot, to the table, so
Yeah,
maybe you want to...
I will.
Okay.
I agree with you that in international relations, when we were young, studying in college and university, the only thing that we learned was Western IR theory, whether it was Morgantio's Struggle for Power Among Nations, that book, as a realist, or constructivist, or liberalist. I don't think we found any Indian political philosophers who spoke about these theories. Nevertheless, there are Indian political thinkers who do talk about these theories to a certain extent, but not much of research has been done on this. And that's why in history as well, you have the whole concept of subaltern studies. What is subaltern studies? That the unsung heroes of India's freedom struggle, whether it's women, whether it's people from the other community, the contributions which they did during India's struggle of independence, all that has been put under subaltern studies. So I'm sure researchers today are also working on bringing out the Indian notion of liberalism, constructivism, which was there, but it was never out in the open. I just want to refer to what my co-panelist said, Kautilya, India's famous political thinker, in his book Artha Shastra, he just doesn't talk about peace. He talks about the fact that how can you maintain power even if it is at the expense of your own king. So he, in chapter 11, 12 and 13 of Arthashastra, he says the concept of spies. He uses the espionage as an important element of statecraft, which should be practiced even on the king himself. So there are spies in the king himself, So this concept, it's not that IR has not been practiced or preached by Indian political thinkers, it has been, but it's just that the enormity of them is not much. And I think I'll leave it at their chair so that other panelists can also speak about it.
Just wanted to make a few points while I was listening to my co-panelists and also Professor Federico when he mentioned about Article 42, which is quite concerning, as you said. But at the same time, I would just want to add that Article 42 is used very rarely, and that also specifically mentions that only when the action taken under 41 is inadequate, that 42 is can be imposed, where we impose military sanctions, and this has happened, as we know, against Iraq when it annexed Kuwait. So such kind of a situation may be in the present context of Russian aggression or annexation of the areas of Ukraine, maybe, but this situation will not come. We don't see that coming because, as I have already mentioned, Russia is also the permanent member of the Security Council. Now, to deal with this kind of a situation is very difficult because getting a resolution passed, because it's the Security Council which has been given the role of maintaining international peace and security, and hence very difficult to get such a resolution passed when permanent member is also involved. So just that point. And as also Professor Jyoti was mentioning, that peace is not absence of war, rightly so, that we know that in the era of globalization, the present times that we are in, we cannot ignore the fact that conflicts will happen, because this is, we're talking of competition, and the world is competitive, and we're going to have these kind of disputes, we're going to have these kind of conflicts also, and hence we, instead of using the word war, I would still prefer using the word conflict, and would want, at the same time also mentioning that international law regulates war rather than legalizes war. Coming back to that.
Yeah. Chair. There is a difference between war and conflict. You can't equate war with conflict, because you say, what is happening, what had happened, say between two ethnic communities, cannot be considered war. Conflict is something which is a catalyst for change. Like all of us here, you might have a different opinion, she might have a different opinion. So there is a disagreement, but we are all agreeing to sit under one roof and going in for discussion. So a disagreement is something else, but conflict cannot be equated to war. War has much more ramifications than a conflict. Conflict could be social, ethnic, identical, economic, war, but war is amalgamation of all this. So it is at a higher level than a conflict. But ma'am, conflict again is something which is a catalyst for social change. So it will never go away. You will always have conflicts, but when those conflicts become violent or they increase to the proportion of becoming a war, that is the time you got to nip it in the bud. That's it. So conflicts are healthy. we might have difference of opinion, but that's not conflict.
I'm talking about armed conflict.
So-
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
so-
made a different sense of
because-
conflict. I was
yeah.
talking about armed conflict.
Yeah, because we have students here, so I don't want them to, get that.
There's a
there.
radical
Just
problem
armed
here
conflict,
because
yeah.
and I think it's enriching. That's making it enriching, right? Because we
Correct.
have IR. From a legal perspective, we have a very tight definition of what a war
Right,
means, and it's very
right,
positivist.
right,
That's why,
right.
as Professor Gulati correctly
Absolutely.
pointed out, international humanitarian law shifted from the idea of war to the idea of armed conflict,
conflict,
which
yeah.
has a threshold of violence, things like that, and it's both international and non-international. Non-international being residual, whatever is not international, which is a very Second World War centric definition, I would assume,
true.
becomes a NIAC, a non-international armed conflict. So it's funny because same terms. That's why I was okay with using the term war. Because we're not going too technical and to make it accessible for everyone. As
Right.
far as we agree on, the problem is when we borrow as lawyers, terms. Indeed, the United Nations Charter, right? It talks about the prohibition on the use of force,
Yes.
broadly speaking, breach of the peace, threat to the peace, or act of aggression. Nothing to do with war, like they mention it in the preamble, right? The term war, the scourge of war. But then, it's not there. It's not there throughout the different provisions. Neither the term conflict. So that's when we give legal relevance or legal implications to terms that are in other disciplines, to put it somehow. And that's the main challenge I think we face here, right? Because everyone would say, oh, this is not an act of aggression, this is just a threat to the peace, but not a breach. And that's when we start playing whether we would take provisional measures under Article 40, whether we go for enforcement measures not implying the use of force under Article 41, or we go to the use of force in Article 42 as a ladder, in which if we're not finding a solution to that, legally speaking, dispute, to put it very broadly, we might escalate in that sense as far as we have the Security Council on board. So I think we could open it up for questions if there's nothing left we want to. Well, I guess there's a lot we want to say, but maybe we want to hear a couple of questions and see if we can address them from diverse perspectives.
May I? Well, let me introduce myself. I am Nafis Ahmed from South Asian University. It was a very, very enlightening deliberations which just now taken place. And for that I respect my learned colleagues, very important, excellent panel. But I still feel that I don't know anything about law, despite the fact I have already put up more than 25 years in higher education. And I feel, and that is spirit of being a student that I don't want to slog inside me. I would like to educate myself from your learned experience. Don't we think, including you, all of us, this august body, the time has come to ponder over. We must think, are we comfortable with this nomenclature, international law? Should we have some kind of a re-nomenclature of this kind of expression called international law? Because what I have been witnessing over the years, ever since the globalization exercise has taken place, we have been globalizing. And I'm sorry to make this kind of a statement. I am not at all euphemistic. I am not at all utopian in my observation, because the word university where I am sitting has been qualified with an adjective as a prefix, and that is known as global. So what I have been witnessing, that there is an drive of nationalization of international law. Madam Pathania has rightly pointed out that today we are talking of national interest have become central to the entire international law discourse, and it does not remain merely law, but it is it has been encapsulated by international relations. So today we are having Chinese orientation of international law, US orientation of international law, Europeanization of international law, Americanization of international law, even to a very great extent, what I have been witnessing, if you take into account the recent statements at international level of our Honorable Foreign Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, he has also shifted from non-alignment to the multi-alignment. So there is a, emerging policy of, multi-alignment as well as the Indianization of international law. So what is your reaction to it? That is one, submission on my part. My second submission is, after listening to you, there is again a, contention about what kind of a terminology we should employ. Whether it is armed conflict, whether it is war, whether it is the latest one that has been, used by Vladimir Putin, military campaign against Ukraine. So how we are going to stabilize this entire, epistemological understandings? So that is my second submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, if you want, take the lead.
With the permission of the chair, I would like to take this question. Thank you, Professor, for this wonderful comments. In fact, very thought-provoking at the same time. So, as you rightly said, nationalization of international law. Without a state, international law would not exist. Why do we need to have international law is, as some of the colleagues also, I think, said, peaceful coexistence between states. Without the state's interest, international law can never operate, one. And also, though rightly pointed that this is Americanization of international law or Chinese interpretation of international law, and we are also now coming up with, we have already talked of the TWAIL approach, the third world approach to international law. But even if we look at the advisory opinion on nuclear weapons, there also the ICJ mentioned when the state is at stake. So we really need to understand that state comes first and then comes international law, even if maybe my perspective is totally different. But for international law to exist, existence of state is very important, and hence the self-preservation, and hence the self-defense, and hence comes, according to me, the need for nationalization of international law at the same time. But the question whether or not international law exists is another thing, because I wouldn't go into the sovereignty aspect of this, because we understand that there is also reimagination of the concept of sovereignty when we talk of the global societies, where we are talking of horizontal allocation of power, and hence each state has to be important at the same time.
Thank you very much, Professor Gulati. I'd like to jump in with some additional legal remarks, maybe, and then we can move to a more encompassing IR perspective. Thanks, Professor Samad. I agree with Professor Gulati that it's very thought-provoking, your statement. And here's where I'll become controversial. I don't think international law is in a process of nationalization. I do think that world politics have evidence that national interests clash international law, and international law is not enough of an answer or a way to funnel this conflict of interests, to put it somehow. So I think it's been pretty much the same thing since the very inception of the United Nations, at least. If we take the UN as a turning point or as a landmark, the thing is now we are realizing, or we're opening our eyes, that the legal framework we have is not enough. But I don't know, if you ask a Tibetan whether the use of force is a reality, maybe they might think that it never worked, and that's pretty early, if I'm not mistaken, by the 50s. Same for a Vietnamese, same for many people who are subject to exercises of violence by different actors. So I don't think it's a process of nationalization. It's a process in which we are starting to realize that international law does not bring the answers we need to keep peace. But wars, whether we want to call them war in a broad sense or armed conflict, be it IACS, International Armed Conflict, or NIACS, have always been there. I don't think we can deny that Syria is under an armed conflict for more than a decade. and the Security Council doesn't seem to acknowledge it very seriously. So I think it's a matter of the actors and how we react to the Russian act of aggression, I would call it, and particularly because it's in Europe, but that's a personal thought. The second thing I wanted to bring up, yeah, it's notorious that Vladimir Putin called it, if I'm not mistaken, special military operation, right? What he triggered on 24th February, last 24th February. And it's interesting enough to read the provisional measures issued by the ICJ on 16th March. First, because of the pace with which these were adopted, something pretty much unprecedented. But the second thing is that they also consistently use the term military operation between quotes. They never refer to an armed conflict. They never refer to an act of aggression. They never refer to a breach of the peace. Whatever term, needless to say, they don't talk of a war. Whatever term they use, it's never a term used, of the many that we brought up today, never one of those terms used in the United Nations Charter or the Geneva Conventions 1949 or the Additional Protocols 1977. So the thing is, I don't care so much about what the ICJ said. I'm more concerned on what it didn't say, because from a legal perspective, it's pretty clear, and I own what I'm saying, right? It's my perspective. But from a legal standpoint, it's pretty clear that something happening between Russia and Ukraine is against Article 39, right? Obviously, because of political constraints, the UN Security Council will never establish it, because Russia will veto it. That's fine. But then the ICJ is not the Security Council, and they're not saying it.
No, my contention is, I'm sorry to cut
Yeah,
you short,
please.
sir. My submission is that we have to evaluate, since we are using the term international relations, and there is a twin perspective of international law and international relations. So we have to assess the role of NATO, this kind of military alliances, to what extent these military alliances have strengthened international relations or international law, number one. And if you take into account the recent statement of the Secretary of State, Mr. Blinken, of US Secretary of State, he was also celebrating and came out with a re-celebration of Treaty of Westphalia of 1648, where the idea of sovereignty was reasserted. So when we are talking and celebrating the idea of sovereignty, then how is it possible to have this kind of a military alliance, like because the Warsaw Pact is no more in operation? Why there is a necessity to have don't you think it is basically diluting the entire mandate of United Nations Charter, particularly the preamble to the United Nations Charter, that espouses the entire vision how we are going to exist as a humanity? So that is exclusively important, and we must assess what has been the contribution of the NATO armed forces as a regional alliance, as a military alliance, in strengthening or weakening international law in its current visage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I stand from a legal perspective here, and I agree with Professor Gulati that without sovereignty we don't have states, and without states we don't have international law, at least what we know so far as international law. We might question whether the individual...
Sovereignty should also be reassessed, sir.
Yeah, but well...
Because there are, we have already, if you take into account the 20th century and the later part of the 20th century, new actors, new subject matters are there as a part of international law.
Absolutely.
Sovereignty is not alone. Now we are having the rights of nature.
No, and I agree with you, and I would contend that most conservative international organs such as the ICJ acknowledge certain role to be played by individuals, by NGOs, by non-state actors in a traditional way, right? So I would to an extent say that things might be opening up, but I stick to the very traditional understanding of international law as the law between states with sovereignty, which are not questioning. But yeah, at the end of the day, and here I might be jumping on your realm, it's agreed mostly, I'm not saying that everyone agrees with this, and I personally do not, that in 1648 with the Peace of Westphalia we know the origins of classical international law as we see today, very Western-centric concept and whatnot. But I don't think we should be questioning that right now, in the sense that would make a radical shift in the way we understand the whole system, and that might lead us to a harsher nationalism from a political perspective, I guess. Yes, and then our colleague is there with...
Well, I just want to build on what my esteemed colleague is saying about if we're going to be in Chapter 7, we're talking about whether Article 41 or 42 are going to apply. I just want to add the words military staff committee, we're going to run into the same problems of the Russian veto, but in the context of the expansion of NATO and it fulfilling this role, what could be or should be the role of the Military Staff Committee, and how are our other alternatives, such as NATO, undercutting this traditional role that was imagined in Article 47?
Thank you very much. Professor Shahi?
Yeah, I think the debate is now heated because we are taking two contradictory disciplinary approaches to understand this thing. International law is very narrow, and as you rightly mentioned, that it gives a very tight positivist understanding. And you said that we should not be problematizing the presumption that sovereign states came into existence with the signing of Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. But in IR theory, that very presumption has become very outdated. Even the Western scholars like John M. Hobson, Benoit Teschke, they have written books about the myths of 1648 and how there are multicultural origins of not just sovereign states, but also parallel contributions coming from China, Africa, and so on, in shaping the very industrial revolution that we assign or give credit to the West. So that kind of historical sociological approach already dilutes that kind of a fixity with the Westphalian approach. Coming back to your observation that international law is now being interpreted from Chinese, African, and Indian perspectives, and that is somehow reinforcing nationalism. I don't think so. It's a different thing that India is now becoming multi-aligned instead of being non-aligned. That's a separate question. But if we define international law from different philosophical, theoretical viewpoint, or we create different non-Western theories of international relations, that is not about promoting some sort of national methodological nationalism. It's not like that. Why? Because generally, when we come to theorize or form philosophical knowledge, there has been this mindset that only Westerners can theorize. There are concepts like humanitas, and you will find Edmund Husserl, who says that only Europeans are capable of forming theoretical knowledge, and non-Western people are like evidences that testify those theoretical frameworks. So non-Western peoples were labeled as anthropos. But when we talk about the notion of justice in IR, for example, we have the idea of justice by Amartya Sen, who says that international laws are bound to be interpreted from different philosophical standpoints. Different communities have different shared value systems, religious systems, and there will be clashes. Though John Rawls, coming from a Western liberal standpoint, says that it is possible to find overlapping consensus. Despite religious philosophical agreements, there will be some rational agreements amongst the participants, state and non-state participants of world politics, but that is not always the case. Otherwise, why would you have rogue states? And you don't have legal provisions about how to treat those rogue states. They remain an unresolved issues forever. So one thing is that if we bring in different philosophical, religious, non-Western theoretical frameworks, we are not promoting methodological nationalism. Rather, we are trying to diversify the very process of theory making, which is a welcome thing, I think.
With the permission of the chair, may I? Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, in higher education, this is not a question of wrongness or correctness. It is a question of evolution, intellectual evolution. Point number one. Point number two, we generally offer alternative views in higher education. We do not dismantle, we do generally offer iconoclastic views. And therefore, if you take into account these submissions, then my submission would be that Americanization of international law has started when for the first time the Bretton Woods Conference was inaugurated in 1944, when international monetary and financial institutions were established. Why I am saying the nationalization of international law? For the first time, it was decided what kind of a development model should be adopted by South Africa or by India or by Pakistan. So it was the international monetary institutions, financial institutions, banking institutions at international level headquartered at New York. They have started exercising New York wisdom, what kind of a development model should be adopted by these developing nation states. So this was the first important exercise regarding nationalization of international law. My second submission is that subsequently, in the last quarter of the 20th century and including the third decade, if I take into account the third decade of the 21st century, what we have been witnessing, the emergence of the two important rights. Mary Robinson has rightly pointed out that right to be participated and right to be consulted in economic modules, that also the part of what we call of entire development agenda at international level. So now from below, what we have been witnessing, whatever the models, development models are offered to the developing nation states, even we are consulted. The Masi reality is consulted. And what we have recently witnessed, particularly in the environmental referendum for the first time, Kishan Ganga decision is also there. Then the Vedanta case is also there. So for the first time we have witnessed, if I happen to be a victim or the impactee of your development model, then my views must also be taken into consideration. So that is my submission, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Maybe Professor Pathanian, you want to make?
Running short of time, I just want to leave this a thought in everybody's mind, and then we can deliberate more upon it, or you can do it so in your own workplaces. So does international law secure world peace? Or is it that peace is a result of self-interest of the states who are working for their own self-preservation? I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such powerful final reflection. And I do think, we shouldn't lose sight from the fact that international law, whether we understand it in a broader or in a more restricted way, it's just one tool amongst many others. And I think that's one takeaway point from our discussion. And maybe we have to moderate our expectations sometimes on the disciplines and the answers we can bring, and come to terms that solutions might be somewhere in between. The law has no definite solutions. International relations has no definite solutions. Maybe we have to work out a comprehensive understanding in which we can reconcile different perspectives. Unfortunately, we already ran out of time some minutes ago. Thank you very much for your interventions. I wish we could address them more thoroughly and open it up for more questions, comments, and exchange of perspectives, because I think there's a lot of potential here. But we should keep this in mind and try to figure out whether we should be expecting everything from international law. We should just use it as one tool towards peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for providing this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
how we can create another big bang for really establishing a global peace. The study of politics, of peace, requires understanding the swinging, convergence of relations between peace and war, and the indispensable confluence between international law and international relations, and their sub-discipline, which is diplomacy. So these are three related issues which we are, as students and researchers in these fields, are doing, which draw the landscape of world politics. This understanding encapsulates the cause and end result throughout theory and the praxis in international relations in an anarchical, still world order. The central points of this confluence and convergence are due to the evolution of world order from a multipolar, bipolar to unipolar world order, and it changes accordingly in social, economic, cultural, and political domains in world politics. In terms of balance or imbalance of power, the concept of use or non-use, or threat of use, of tangible and or intangible, legitimate or illegitimate force in international relations, and how diplomacy plays a connecting role in between, which have impacted and still impact world politics. The surge of social, economic, cultural, and political rights of individuals within state territories, which is spread to international society, have influenced the state decision-making from a sole actor mobilizing use of force to collective decision-making, in which, in addition to constraints stipulated in the international law, United Nations Charter, and embodied in treaties and conventions, all these have led to the rise of several actors, paving the way for collective decision-making domestically and internationally, and nurtured the rise of international, if between the brackets, society. All this has been encapsulated by contending series of international relations, from idealism, realism, liberalism, radicalism, and constructivism. Each views the point from its own perspectives, which created a dialectical controversy over the concepts of statehood and nationhood with regard to the structure and role of the state and world order, reflecting its behavior domestically through good governance and internationally in terms of centrality or non-centrality of a state in decision-making and international arena. Regarding two fundamental issues of peace and war, taking into account globalization and the rise of the international society as transitional and transformational socio-political landscape, which played an important role in peace politics to avoid war and conflict, and to promote legal, identify the processes of peacekeeping, peacemaking, peace enforcing, and the peace building on one hand, and cooperation based on interdependence theory on the other. It is worthy that the 30-year war, World War I, World War II, are the three destructive major wars, world wars that started in Europe. And after their end, there has been relative peace dictated by agreements and a set of rules, norms and values, ending up with the rise of international law and theories of international relations. Herein, it is doubtless to say that the evolution of political thoughts has been a result of changes in world affairs regarding the influence of the political, social, cultural, economic, and military factors of a change, which impacted world politics in terms of war, peace, security, states' interest, and behavior to achieve peace domestically and internationally, not only on the level of the state security, but rather the individuals within its territories and the global international society. But despite all this, war persists, and the peace of the state and people is the victim. Against this backdrop, I want to raise some questions pertaining to the theme of our discussions today. If international law is continuously challenged by the world's superpowers, if politics of peace is challenged by double standard based on narcissist interests and lust for power, if the right of people to self-determination become selective, is it still possible for other states to successfully protect it and promote it? If the United Nations is not allowed to play its role, its full role on the world stage, what are the practical and legitimate steps that member states of heterogeneous culture can take in terms of internal reform and international initiatives to push the United Nations back onto center stage with its goal and purpose to preserve and maintain world peace and security? As such was described, the United Nations was described as a standing diplomatic conference. How can we develop approaches to politics of peace while humanity stands at a crossroad and the world of today stands divided, disorganized, anarchical, and shattered because of disparity in power capabilities, natural resources, divergent political thoughts and interests, gap between the rich and the poor, and heterogeneous cultures? How can we stand in the face of political and religious leaders who pander to the baser instincts of their followers, while multinational corporations roam the world in search of cheap labor and loose environmental standards, and international crime is at an all-time high in pursuit of politics in drugs and weapons and other contraband? What nation states can do to find this solution while they see themselves losing control of their destinies in the face of global economic pressures, obsolescence of their military technology, and the flood of global media, where the pillars of democracy are on the threshold of collapse and failure of fulfilling what was promised from them? Are not individuals also deeply lost, where the nationalist ideologies which legitimized the status quo have failed to deliver on their promises of security, prosperity, and social justice, and the global humanism represented by the promise of the United Nations is in tatters in the face of its rejection by the United States and its inability to act in such crises? Finally, what can individuals do in the face of the difficult choice of opting either for fashionable millennialism offered by religious extremism or crass materialism, consumerism, and hedonism? Scholars have addressed all these things. So I said that until we can make serious progress in understanding this world, comprehending the rules by which it works, and developing a principle within which to organize our legal and legitimate coexistence based on the principles of equality amity, respect of sovereignty of a state, and the mutual interest of state, we will live in mortal peril. And if today's world continues unthinkingly along the path it is on now, it is probable that the human species, after hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, will extinguish itself. Let's make our debate today trying to navigate, to scrutinize how we can get the big bang for peace in this situation that the world is facing. Thank you.
We'll have Professor Qasim Balarbe.
Good morning, everyone. Continuing from the questions that has been posed by Professor Amura, I think Professor has raised very fundamental questions that are really disturbing world peace and challenging the very existence of the systems that we have presently. But this issue has been there for a very long time regarding the role of international law in addressing some of these fundamental challenges that we have. And that's led to even some of the philosophers challenging the very validity of international law as a law itself, and as to whether there is something that can be done to address some of these contextual challenges. I do agree with some of those issues that have been raised, but obviously we need to understand the perspective from which we are looking at these things and what role we expect international law to play in this context. We know very well, and I believe also international relations specialists will tell us that the system we have at the international level is such that, or what has been, or what realists, for example, can describe as an anarchy, where you have no overarching power that has, the competence to impose its decisions on other states like we have at the domestic level. Well, it has to be that way, and that is why sometimes we still continue to have challenges relating to international law. For example, we can see now the war between Russia and Ukraine is posing a very important, or is challenging the fundamental concept of peace that has been perceived, that even led to the establishment of the United Nations itself. He asked a question relating to what can be done in a situation where you have superpowers challenging, international law, what other states, what role can be done to ensure that other states are protected and they feel secured and they can also contribute to world peace. Well, this is something we can always think about, we can talk about, but in my view, I believe international law, which equally coincides with the view of cosmopolitans, that international law has a very fundamental role to play in the securing of international peace and security. And I do also believe that it has the potentials to limit or even absolutely abolish war at some point in time. I think under the current arrangement and the existence of international binding legal instruments that we have, and that impose obligations on state regarding their conduct, for example, in relations to the use of force, the requirement of pacific settlement of dispute as has been provided under the UN Charter, for example, and the international institutions also continuing to set standards, adopting norms, legally binding norms, sometimes persuasive norms. All of these things and the setting of institutions also to monitor compliance. I do believe that there are potentials of promoting peace, so international law will play a very significant role beyond the basic idea that peace is regulated by international politics. I do share the fact that yes, there are some challenges, there are some gaps that we may need to take care of, we may need to address. But in reality, when we look at the trajectory of the roles that international law has played over the years, right from the time when the First World War, or even before the First World War, the adoption of international instruments, say for example, the Bruin-Kellogg Pact, that condemned recourse to war as a solution for international controversies, and the Hague Conventions of 1899, for example, that has established the Permanent Court of International Arbitration. We look at also the Hague Convention of 1907, which resulted in the Convention on the Pacific Settlement of International Dispute. We look at the Covenant of the League of Nations. All these international instruments were designed to achieve a particular purpose. Well, of course, we can question some of their limits, some of their gaps that they have created, but that is a system that we have, which obviously we cannot address everything, which even in the context of domestic law, we do have some of these challenges. We cannot be able to address all conceivable problems, especially those that exist at the international level where we don't have, a power that is capable of addressing all the challenges there. But if you also look at it, continuing relating to the role of international law in maintaining international peace and security, we do have the United Nations Charter presently, where the whole purpose is to ensure that there is maintenance of international peace and security. And if we examine, even from the preambles of the UN Charter, we can see that the peoples of the United Nations have determined to practice tolerance, live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, to unite their strengths in maintaining international peace and security, to ensure the acceptance of international principles and institutions. Method of armed force shall not be used except in the common interest, employing international machinery for the promotion of economic and social advancement of all peoples. Now, if we look at it contextually from this perspective, we can see that the idea conceived by the powers that establish the the United Nations organizations have that idea of using law as a means of attaining or oh my goodness, achieving peace. If you also examine some of the relevant provisions in the UN Charter, starting from Article 1, which stated the purposes of the United Nations, which is generally to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threat to the peace, suppression or act of aggression, or other breaches of the peace. You take Article 2, for example, that prohibits intervention in the domestic affairs, the use of force in international relations. You look at Article 2.7, for example, which prohibit the United Nations in intervening in the domestic affairs of state. All of these international provisions the law has provided were designed to ensure that peace is maintained. And if we look at it, obviously we have made some progress, right, for like over 70 years, so to say, right from the time of the establishment of the United Nations. We have never had major wars that challenge the very basis of the existence of international community and also challenge, the importance of peace. So if you also look at it, there are some other international instruments that are very, very important, those that prohibit issues or situations that can lead to the breach of peace, for example, genocide, protection of human rights, and so many other things. So I do believe that at the point we are now, we are making significant progress, and international law is playing a very fundamental role addressing some of the challenges. We are not there yet, but I think we are moving towards that, and maybe perhaps in the next couple of years we will see the relevance of this instrument manifesting more clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Balarbe. Over now to Professor Pankaj Jha.
Okay, so I will make it short and crisp because the chair has to circulate the time word around. So I will help you in this regard. When you look about politics of peace, when you talk about international law and international relations, I strongly believe the narrative has been wrongly placed. Tell me a number of books which starts with war and peace, which means war is a prefix when you really enjoy the peace. Now, this kind of a narrative clearly states that there is an aspiration for a negative peace, which means the absence of war, but we are not building that positive peace for which the UN was established, protecting the human global community from the scourge of war. Now, also, if you look into purely from international relations point of view, the problem is one word which is known as balance of power. If you say that balance of power technically means you are ready for war, because the power is the only currency that you really recognize in the global community. Then balance of power has been replaced by balance of interest, which technically means the peace doesn't have a value at all. If my interest really serves, then I will choose whatever is right in that context. More importantly, when you look into the Samuel Huntington, when he talks about clash of civilization, again, the whole narrative is clash of civilization. There is no, the bandwidth which could have been given to Khatami's proposal of dialogue among civilization. Now, this itself clearly shows that there are certain priorities in international relations and security which are very much lopsided and in favor of a war, because it really feeds into large-scale defense industry, which I work on. The second thing is commitment. How much committed is the international community with regard to peace? Do they really value peace? Do they really value human rights? Even the debate with regard to right to protect and responsibility to protect is one major issue which have really hogged the limelight, and it was undermining sovereignty when the human lives are lost. The Woodrow Wilson proposed this 14-point issue of peace, how to really build the peace, how to work towards that ethical aspect of global community. Nobody gave a heed. He was seen he was out of times. But now, maybe it's time again to bring about a charter of peace, that what should we really be doing to build about that positive peace which is really required. Also, from this whole thing which is talked about normative, ethical, righteousness, which have been completely subdued by power configuration, economic multipliers. Am I benefiting? North Korea, huge human rights issues. There is a person who is a dictator, but nobody is intervening because there is not an economic multiplier which everybody wants to seek into it. Socio-cultural and cascading effects. If there are certain issues with regard to a particular country, you look into how important that lobby or the community is in that particular country, which controls the larger scheme of things at the international level. When you look into this society that we really aspired for, even under the UN Charter, we talked about equal international society with equal responsibilities and duties. But what we are seeing is differential responsibilities and differential ownership. And this is where the larger challenge comes across, and this is problematic. The issue which is really going to crop up in the near future is how are you going to manage the global commons? Global commons are for global community. Now, when you look into Antarctica, thanks, we have an Antarctic treaty, otherwise everybody would have colonized Antarctica. Now you look into the Arctic, everybody is an owner of the Arctic itself. Now these are the global commons which are critically require a new phase of thinking which can bring about these laws which can make it much more of a peace territory rather than a ownership or balance of power or that kind of things. Now importantly, Garrett Hardin also talked about tragedy of global commons. He said these global commons are going to bring about a lot of trouble because everybody will be scavenging for as much as it can garner from its longer perspective and whatever is good. When you look into the developing societies, nation building process has not ended. Every nation has its own contradiction with regard to subnational identities, ethnic identities, religious affiliation, and this is where the problem is getting all the more bigger, and the magnitude of that impact is all the more seen. From the point of view of international law and international peace, when you use the word peace, apart from the Nobel Peace Prize, how many times we have really, owned and respected those people who have been really working on this. And last, I will end this case over here. The character of the international community way back in 60s, 70s, and 80s was mediation. The mediation has gone through the roof. Nobody wants to mediate. Are there no options to really take care of this Russia-Ukraine war? Or has the mediator says, we are on a long holiday, long honeymoon, I'm just not interested into this. Again, that economic multiplier is involved into it. And this is where we need to take cognizance of what exactly are the various vectors, actors, and factors which we have to take care so that we look for United Nations in the next 20-25 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jha, for those critical comments. Let's hear our last speaker on the panel, Professor Chauhan.
Hi, everyone. The perks of talking at the end is that everybody has said everything that I wanted to say. But anyway, I'll add some things to it. So I understand that this topic currently that's being discussed makes it very, very legible for the fact that we are in the midst of a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And as Sir also mentioned, North Korea, if you've paid attention to the news lately, they've been firing missiles and trying to threaten, which they usually do, Japan and South Korea. So of course it creates a hostile environment. And the nuclear armed states, as we know, most of the states are either trying or already have nuclear arms. So it is a pertinent threat to global security all the time and global peace. So undoubtedly one of the main purposes of international law or international relations is to secure peace. And globalization is something which has made us realize that how global peace can be threatened if there is a conflict anywhere in the world, right, in any part of the world. So especially if you people, of course, I'm sure everybody knows about it, and it has been discussed before, that World War I and World War II, millions of people lost their lives. There was so much of displacement of people. And it is then where the international community finally realized that that war was not an option. And if there was to have a third world war, if we were going to have a third world war, it would most probably annihilate the world, right? We'll come to an end, and especially now that we have nuclear weapons. So advancement of globalization has brought in a greater degree of international order. And that is why international law and international relations both play a very important role in preservation of peace. So there is a debatable viewpoint on this. There are certain scholars who believe, there are certain scholars who agree and certain scholars who disagree that a robust state of IL and IR has come to a position that makes it possible for us to maintain peace and order among the global society. Now, if you look into the evolution of history of international law or international relations, you will see that securing global peace, you can start from the Peace of Westphalia, you can move to the Congress of Vienna, or you can have a look at the 1899 Peace Conference or the establishment of League of Nations, etc. There was also a proposal to set up a permanent court of justice, which eventually did not come into heat at that time, but they set up a permanent court of arbitration, which was established in its place. And regardless, this court system was found to be quite effective in its work, because of course it could not stop the First World War, which eventually resulted in the formation of PCIJ. And if you look into the judgments of PCIJ, you will see that they've done a commendable job, and that is why ICJ is basically a total copy of PCIJ. It's just that now we have a UN system under it. So PCIJ was able to basically apply the principles of IL and IR, and it worked very competently, and it gave that legal sanction to how effectively international law and international relations can work together. And this resulted in a greater acceptance of both IL and IR in the global arena. So hence, in conclusion, we can say that both IL and IR not only promote active cooperation among states, but as Volker points out, they also lay down a set of fundamental norms for states to conduct both their internal behavior, which may include areas like health or environment, and external relations also, such as peaceful resolution of disputes, abiding by the standards which have been laid down by the UN Charter, paying heed to various conventions that are there. So we've recently come out of a pandemic, right? And regardless what Professor Jha was talking about, that there is a balance of power. So if you look at it from the other way, there's also an imbalance of power, right? And we know that there have been a lot of issues regarding vaccination, not everybody has access to it and things like that. But this pandemic also gives us some hope in the fact that if nations want to work together, they can work together. So it's not that they're always at war, but global peace can be there if they try to secure better relations, and peace can eventually, of course we understand that will be conflicts. It's not like you can have full total peace all the time, but the idea of working together very much does give us hope that yes, there is some hope of global peace coming around, or securing global peace eventually. Thank you.
So, thank you so much to Professor Chauhan. So I have some initial comments, questions that I will in a series raise. I'll first raise the first, and that's the immediate aspect about the very politics of peace, that who are these subjects of peace, and it's and the kind of weaponization of peace that you find where in the discourse, peace is a form of a discourse where typically, you know, after, say for instance, when Bush unleashed the war in Afghanistan, his first word was, this is a war for the sake of peace. You see, and this typical portrayal of peace as a kind of, you know, the antagonist to peace is always terror. In other words, it is a sort of a discourse of the West versus Islam, and the rest of us are just sort of fitting somewhere within that. So the question here is precisely on the politics of the subjects of peace. That is peace a form of legitimation of a certain ideological dominance in the world order today, or is there something more concrete you feel? So this is my first sort of question to members on the panel. If you have thoughts on this, please, if any, or I can just go through with all my points.
I think we cannot understand peace unless we understand the causes of war. Because once we finish with the causes of war, then definitely the fighting, warring parties, etc., there is no need for war, but there is kind for a need for cooperation. But the problem again is that behind every war there is a political objective. And that political objective is determined by, again, the nature of the state itself. It's one party or the other party to that conflict or dispute. Now, why then no commitment to the rules of international law? And when the United Nations Charter has set forward certain rules for non-wars and limitation of the conduct of war, if it is not applied for, it will lead to expansion, and that will lead to exacerbation of the situation and distance the issues of the availability of peace. You know, every party to that, especially, I mean, your question or your example about Bush, you know, going to Afghanistan, Bush going to Iraq, Bush has certain explanations and the pretexts which all turned not to be true. But why did he go to war in a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations? And particularly imagine when the Anglo-American invasion of Iraq, preparation and voting in the Security Council on Resolution 1441, the US representative openly said, with disregard to what the result, you know, they were voting, we will go there and we will reshape the politics of the Middle East. So it is not only that is known, the objectives, the political objective, to reshape the politics in the Middle East and to dominate the world. The question is it possible for a global peace in the age of a hegemon, unipolar world order? At a time, power is in the hands of everybody. Technology is in the hand of everybody. Economy is not no more in the way that the United States or the hegemon may think. There are other rising powers, you know, technologically, militarily, peace-loving, truly peace-loving, and international law-loving, you know, forces. I'll give you some example about how the idea of the BRICS have emerged, and how people were, you know, betting, will it continue, will it not continue? It is not a military, yes, it is not, but it's political and economic. And now the Russia-Ukraine war shows and reflects the truth of the power of economy, a destructive power more than nuclear power, because in the end of the day, nobody will resort to nuclear power if we take into the theory of assured mutual destruction, which is a mutual assured destruction, MAD, which is mad theory. Nobody will do it, but they are doing it, you know, economically. See what is happening, the revolution in Europe now. The EU member countries, because of economic pressure, because of this sanctions and counter-sanctions, have really pushed the individual, and here comes the power of the people, in order to force their government to rethink. No, we don't want wars. It is enough with wars. We want to live. And the best way is how to live and coexist. It is better than to be annihilated. And that is through diplomacy, and I will come to that later on to give the chance after this.
Any further comments? Yeah.
I think in my view, we need to, the very basis of that question centered on our perception of what exactly is peace that will determine, you know, the actions that we will take. Peace has been described as inherently elusive, you know, concept that has variations in terms of its definitions and valuations according to historical epoch, according to contextual applications within cultures, institutions, civil society groups, academic disciplines. So there are really various perspectives concerning this particular concept. And Professor Jah has actually pointed out the two most important components of peace, and that is negative peace and positive peace, and which means obviously that negative peace is the absence of war or armed conflict, whereas positive peace is the presence of something, for example, like promotion of human rights and the rest. But the central issue here is what exactly do states and individuals have regarding their understanding of this concept of peace, because that is what will motivate them to act in a particular way. The UN Charter adopted negative peace as its focus, in the sense that there is the prohibition of the use of force, but then it still leaves like some kinds of exception. It left some kind of exceptions that can be explored. For example, individual and collective self-defense under Article 51, you can use force. Where there is authorization by the United Nations Security Council under Chapter 7, you can use force. And arguably, presently, we have this responsibility to protect. We have humanitarian intervention, you know, which are essentially also issues that center around promotion of peace. But then there is the other view of positive peace, which requires certain things to be done, which even within the context of positive peace itself, there are various perspectives that what should be done by state and individuals who are really the subject of peace. There are various understandings on this issue, and obviously that will impact on what the state and institutions will do to address issues of peace, to determine who should be its subject, what steps should be taken to restore it. So where you have this lack of understanding or uniformity in terms of the definition of peace, then obviously you have difficulties in coming to terms with what should be done, what is allowed, what is not allowed. And that is, unless we have a unanimous definition of what we are actually looking at, it will be difficult to come into any uniform agreement relating to what should be done.
Please, yeah.
Issue which my colleague has brought. It's very important to define a peace, and it has been defined, and war. And also find the mechanism how to tackle in both cases. But the danger is the state of non-peace and non-war. You know, there is non-peace and non-war situation. It is not peace and very close to war, because in the non-peace, especially when you do not achieve a peace, and then it's true you are not in a state of war, a truce like, for example, or some circumstances, but it is a candidate for the eruption of war. That is what history has taught us on the world and in the Middle East. Thank you. I don't want to.
Yeah, comments on that. Let me just say that I think this point about war underneath peace or hostilities underneath peace is quite significant.
I just give my 2 cents on it.
Yes.
You know, this various aspects has been talked about. One critical element is dividend. You know, when you talk about peace dividend and war dividend, automatically peace dividend is very marginal, because peace dividend, the utility lies to the locals. You know, they can enjoy, you know, the marginal utility of peace. Okay, let's go a little bit further. What are the trigger factors? Who are the actors? Let's placate them. The peace dividend is very marginal, but the war dividend is huge. Why I am saying so? Because if you look into the history, every 10 years the defense industry make it sure that there should be a war, because it pays them. Now this is where the whole pacifist, you know, those who love peace, they are on the marginal sidelines. You know, the marginal utility aspect really comes about. The second aspect, which is critical to understand peace, is that if your process, nation building process has been peaceful, you will identify that is the use of peace, because you have not seen war. If you know that war has been the only element when certain changes can be made, then you will not value peace at all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think it brings about the connection again between war and peace, that only when you push for war, then do you have an emphasis for peace, and vice versa. Any further comments? And we can move on. That's fine if you don't. If you do, yeah, fine. Okay. I mean, I just want to take up from some of the points here raised, and that is when you raise the word dividend, Professor Jha, and the fact that it is a certain economy that also sustains peace. There is a certain economy of peace, and not surprisingly, our honourable Foreign External Affairs Minister recently made a headline splash when he said that something like, this is not an era of war, right? This is not an era of war. Presumably because there is a whole entire neoliberal economy that depends on this kind of this dressing of peace. So isn't the very nature of peace imbued in this today's world? And point you're raising, the technological neoliberal market that depends on this. I mean, this is all a classic justification for colonialism as well. The fact that peace. So it's a status quo you want to keep and maintain. So I was just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit about the connections perhaps between peace in this neoliberal economy, if there's anything.
I took more than...
No, if there's anybody who wants to, or I can just move on to, there's several more. Please do, yes.
Yeah, so I'm somebody who works on genocide studies, and I've seen this where genocides are concerned, that economics tends to play a very important part where conflicts are there, right? You will see that, so if you look at, I mean, I'm sure everybody has heard about the Holocaust, everybody has heard about the Rwandan genocide, and there are many formally recognized cases of genocide. You will see that one of the biggest questions that victims or survivors of genocide basically ask, and especially when the world has come to know, if you paid attention, Rohingya conflict is going on, right? So if the world has come to know that there is making of a genocide, or a genocide is now formally recognized and there was a genocide that took place, many victims and survivors feel that why did the international community not take any action to save us, right? They are very, very unhappy about it. And one of the biggest reasons is the economics, right? If there is a conflict in a region which doesn't really have any much of an effect on the P5 or the other important or developed nations, they are really not concerned. They may come in very late, take some action, do some lip service and just go, just to portray. So there is this Andrew Guzman who talks about under IR about one of the reasons why states follow international law is reputation. Right. One of the reasons why Nuremberg trial and other trials took place eventually after the Holocaust was also to keep their image, in the sense to show that IL works. And please see to it that we will take into consideration what crimes you've committed. So this is something that happens over the time where economics and the discrepancy between international law and international politics comes into foreplay. And you will see that, because of politics, even regardless of the fact that IL may be very good on paper, it is not able to convey that and become as enforceable as possible.
Yeah, please, Professor.
The points which Dr. Pankaj has raised, which every 10 years that, yes, it's true, we find the new war. And this normally at the time of the state of non-peace and non-war, where parties prepare, to launch the war. If we take the Middle East, for example, there has been, since 1948 up till now, about 10 interstate wars. But the most vicious and most difficult and most brutal is the intrastate wars, the ethnic war, the religious wars, the sectarian wars, which disrupt the societies and also destroys humanity. One can ask the final question, where does, diplomacy plays its role? I believe during that non-war, non-peace stage, there is room for diplomacy also, and it is the time in order to play its decisive role if circumstances allow, if there is enough pressure from those who really like and can exercise that pressure. That comes, the role of diplomacy. War is the power to hurt the others. But this is materialistic, But if we go to what T.S. Chilling has said in his views about the definition of the power to hurt, according to him, I quote, the power to hurt is bargaining power. It is the time to bargain. Can you win or can you lose? What will be the percentage? How you can do it? How can you reserve the power to hurt? To exploit that power is diplomacy. Vicious diplomacy, yes, but diplomacy. Now, T.S. Chilling. Incorporated in this is the notion that posing a controlled threat all the time, has transformed military force into what Chilling calls a diplomacy of violence. And that coercive diplomacy and coercive democracy will not lead to really achieve the just peace that the world dreams of. And here lies also the redefinition of democracy, not in the way that has been, being played about by the Western world under trying to impose it on the sovereignty of a state. Yes, sovereignty of a state is sovereignty of a state, but they have started to think of legal sovereignty and legitimate sovereignty, which is a part, but sovereignty within my own territory according to my law, and the law, it's within the territory, but the national law is very important whether you can work out within your territory. But when working outside with the other states, here you have to adjust your policy and comply again to apply with the rules of international law. Thank you.
Yeah, so I actually thank you, Professor. On the points of international law, we've had two speakers who brought it up also. And I just want to again push this field further questions about international law. It seems like there's a certain irony where international law seems to be kind of enmeshed with its own problems of sovereignty, and the diplomacy aspect and IR is kind of caught up in its own accounts of conflict as a kind of a record of conflict. So in between both, you see, we'll take up international law and the fact that, look at the first thing, Article 1, the UN Charter is talking about sovereignty and then amicable solution between states and reciprocity between states and so on. The entire premise, again, of peace is a sovereign notion, that without sovereignty, in other words, you cannot have peace. Reminds me of this ominous philosopher, Thomas Hobbes, who said you can't have peace without subjection. Right? So on that note, I wanted to see two parts to my question. One is the relation between sovereignty and peace, and should we imagine a non-sovereign conception of peace? Is there something like that, perhaps?
The relations between sovereignty and peace. The original conception in the UN Charter is that there should be no intervention in the domestic affairs of state, and that sovereignty should be promoted by all members of the United Nations. Well, obviously that is the idea, but then over a period of time, we have seen state acts like human beings. They are represented by human beings. They have different interests. And when you have this, obviously you have some kinds of variations in the kinds of actions that will be taken by states. Sovereignty indeed is a very fundamental concept under international law, but we are seeing progressively now, and I think states are realizing that insisting on absolute sovereignty cannot be done. There has to be some kind of qualified sovereignty for peace to be promoted. And that's exactly what led to the adoption of these notions of responsibility to protect, humanitarian interventions, humanitarian assistance in the event where a state is not able or willing to provide it to its own people. So I think the idea now is to understand that we cannot continue to insist on absolute sovereignty if we want to promote peace. Yes, indeed, there is a relationship between them, because as a sovereign state, obviously you have the responsibility to protect your own people, to provide for them. If you are not able to do that, then that is where international community will come in to assist. So it was that recognition. If you look at it from the UN Charter and also from the practice of the United Nations now and the Security Council, there is the growing recognition that we cannot leave all matters to states. Sovereignty has to be tempered with in a way that will ensure the promotion of international peace and security, including, for example, one of the most important aspects, protection of human rights, which challenge actually the very existence of sovereignty itself, which means human right is no longer under the exclusive domestic jurisdiction of state. So that recognition, we need to take it into consideration that there can never be absolute sovereignty if we want absolute peace, or if we want to at least relative peace, we have to temper with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further? Yeah, Professor.
Final,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is very interesting about sovereignty and the responsibility to protect and so on. It's true. But why, responsibility also to intervene. And there is why the Americans have refused this concept of responsibility while intervening, meaning you are given your full hand to do what you want in violation of the law, in violation of the human rights, in violation of the sovereignty of a state. That's why the protection of human rights should be within international law, within the Charter. Everybody is for protection of a human right, but can anybody tell me, after the U.S. Western world interference in Africa and the Asia and Far East, like in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, in Tunis, in Syria, has human rights been protected by them? Well, this is, law is power. This language, might is right, no. It is right that should be might, that should be right. It is right that should be might. And the right, we all stick to it. And to make it also a power in the hands, then there is a need for collective action by those who defend human rights from some interpretations. I have read, the UN Charter many times, being a diplomat, being, something, but still, it is the time now, the Charter of the United Nations has been drafted back in 1945 and so on. But things have changed. The powers of the world have changed in all respects. That is why there has been many, many initiatives calling for reform in the UN Charter, and especially this veto members, five. Why? I mean, if I ask why it is five, because it is the fist. This is the fist. They can do. But among themselves, they can fight, they can control the world. But now the world needs to be stable when it is balanced with the entry. Why India, for example, a big democracy, a big economy, so why doesn't have the right now to be really a nuclear power. All right, why doesn't have the right to be on equal footing with those who decide the world's affairs and other countries, etc.? Why Germany? Why in Africa? Can you tell me in Africa, is there any power in Africa now represented in that high body system of the United Nations and so on, in the Arab world, in the Islamic world? That we need a change. If we need a change and reform in the Charter, in the United Nations, we can build on for a real, more prospective peace in the world. Thank you.
We have one last speaker comment, Professor.
Yeah, Professor, you know how the United Nations came about after the Second World War. And the basic idea is to prevent a situation where a similar scenario will erupt afterward. And obviously, we know who won the war. If you are setting a system, you need to provide for yourself, you need to protect yourself, you need to protect your interest. So they drafted the charter in such a way that their interests will be protected, and they gave themselves such powers. There have been series of calls to amend the UN Charter to allow for balance of power, which I don't really think is something that we will see in the near future. For the simple reason that international relations actually has played a fundamental role in the existence of the current regimes that we have. I don't see the possibility of diplomacy, at least for the next couple of years, maybe 20 years. I don't see how diplomacy will be able to overcome this particular situation where balance of power will be ensured among nations, especially in relation to those 5 permanent members with veto power, which any one of them can veto any resolution that is not really in its interest. And the way we are moving, there's really no such scenario where any one of them will be willing to abandon that veto power or even to expand it to cover all other major countries, which will equally lead us to the same situation that we are if such scenario is allowed.
All right, thank you. We seem to have broken, difference between international law and international relations, sort of practice and theory on one side. But thank you so much for your comments. I'll just echo the German philosopher Clausewitz's observation that peace is war by other means. On that note, thank you.
Thank you.
this particular point with like like an extreme increase in FTAs and investment agreements in general and the demise of the appellate body, is there some kind of a similarity or is there not? Is it just poking a hole or is there perhaps back to square one?
Everyone may have a different view on this issue.
Exactly. So I just thought that's how we could introduce, and then we can go into the trade formula in general, figuring out whether trade law is used to mechanize or. I have not started yet.
So you have how much time to respond to the
3-4 minutes, I think, but I mean, of course, we can make it flexible as well. Ideally, yeah. And the last question would be, in general, allies and adversities, is it a good idea to trade with your adversary in general? And convergence of international law and international relations when it comes specifically to global trade relations. We have with us Professor Hegre from JNU, Professor Nidampara from Center for Trade and Investment Law, and of course also a part of JGU in general, and of course Professor Kishore, who's also teaching trade law and researching, of course, in JGLS. I'd give everybody a moment to introduce themselves, if that is something that they'd like to do. If we could start with Professor Hegre, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vinitika. My name is V.G. Hegde, of course it's here. I teach at JNU, School of International Studies, and also at the Center for International Legal Studies. And I also worked in the legal division of the Ministry of External Affairs for quite some time. Before that, I was part of the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization. So, of course, my area of interest is trade and international trade and intellectual property rights. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Hegre. Professor Nidampara, if you could.
So good morning, Vinitika. My name is James Nidampara. I joined as a faculty way back in 2009 here. So it has been a fairly long time. For the last 5 years, I have been working at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade and heading a center on international trade and investment. So it's nice to meet all of you.
And also involved in negotiating several regional trade agreements for India. Professor Kishore, if you could.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you, Vinitika. So my name is Pallavi Kishore, and I've joined this university in 2010. So I teach courses on international trade law. My research is on trade and development. And well, trade development dispute settlement, so I work on dispute settlement as well. And very happy to be here, and thank you very much for attending.
Thank you to the esteemed panelists. I'm quite excited for the discussion today because I'm going to be hearing from the experts in the field. While the discussion in general is supposed to be fairly broad on allies and adversaries, when it comes to global trade relations, I thought we can broaden it up in general and start off with perhaps figuring out whether there is a kind of similarity in how trade relations or global governance in itself was back in 1940s or 45 after the World War II ended, and now when there is an increase in free trade agreements that we are seeing, when the appellate body for the WTO no longer is functioning at this particular point at least, and when there is a wave of several unilateral measures across the border, especially from the West, which do impact the East or the global South quite exponentially. Is there some kind of a similarity that we can see now because of this kind of a confluence or convergence in international relations or international law? Or is it a different ball game altogether and it doesn't make sense to draw comparisons? Whoever would want to start off. Yes, please.
Well, so thank you for the question. So I think to a certain extent there is a similarity, but in my opinion not entirely, because remember in the 1940s we were coming out of 2 world wars and now we are entering into a war, but I don't know if it is of that same dynamic. And that time the 2 wars had already happened. So there was a different idea of trade. The idea of trade was to rebuild the world. Now, and so there was a need for some kind of multilateral organization, which GATT never was, though it was just an agreement. But the point is now, also yes, there's a need more, I mean there's a greater need for multilateralism, but I also think that, see, in those days you don't have so many RTAs. You did have Article 24, but that was because of the British Commonwealth mainly, and then the EU happened later. But the point is now you have all these RTAs which point to a greater need for perhaps multilateralism. But even if this war hadn't happened, those RTAs were still there. So this war cannot really, in my opinion, be compared to those 2 world wars, and so that would be a point of difference. So in my opinion, yes, a certain similarity pointing towards strengthening multilateralism, but not entirely, not to those days which were there in 1940, in the sense that at that time there was nothing. Now you have the WTO, however good or bad it is. At that time there was nothing. So at least there's some structure, and then now members are going away, moving away from that structure. So now they're part of the structure, the multilateral structure, as well as part of non-multilateral structures. But in those days there was no structure. So we're in a way a little better off. So that's what I think. Yes.
So to summarize, then trade does act as a tool currently when it comes to strengthening relations, governance in general, and of course much better off than initially.
Yeah.
But is there some weakening in the recent past, or is there perhaps just one of those waves that we generally see when it comes to international relations in general, that okay, fine, global trade or multilateralism in general was the trend initially and perhaps 10 years ago, but now it's more regional or let's say unilateral, unfortunately, in some segments?
Well, I think that there is a certain weakness of the multilateralism, but remember now we're talking about weakening, and in 1940s it was not there. So to weaken, it has to be there. So it is already there. It's weakening because people have realized that an organization with 164 members is unwieldy, and we can't have something like the Security Council either. So if the choice is between 164 members and 5 members, well, there's 2 extremes, and both might be problematic. So yes, there is a certain weakening, and I don't know if it's just a crest and a trough, as in whether this weakening will go away slowly and multilateralism will come back. Perhaps if the non-multilateral aspects become very imbalanced, so if you have FTAs between weaker and stronger country, maybe the weaker countries will realize, oh well, we're just better off with multilateralism then. So it might get strengthened that way, but that remains to be seen. The stronger countries who might want to impose stricter conditions in those bilateral agreements, as in stricter than WTO law, might also get wiser, because they might realize that the weaker countries are refusing to be parties to it. So future one can't tell, but definitely there has been a weakening. It is going on currently, but for the weakening to happen, as I said, first that entity which weakens has to be there. So multilateralism is there. Right? So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Hegre?
You have to press it. Okay. Thank you. Well, I am going to speak a little differently, I think. See, we a little differently in the sense when you have a question there which says allies and adversaries. The first conceptual problem is who are allies and who are adversaries, and how do you define actually them. So allies and adversaries in trade relations, there is also whatever the material which has been supplied to us, also in terms of strategic allies and adversaries, or is it economic adversaries, allies, those are the problem areas. Now going back to history, see, for example, as Pallavi very well mentioned, now general agreement on tariffs and trade coming in the 1940s, or to be precise 1947 and 48. See, now this general agreement tariffs and trade, first let's understand, this is essentially a post Second World War project where some 28 countries, which India was also party, of course, very few in Pakistan, of course, later. Hardly there were any countries of that time. So some 28 countries, particularly United States, decided to be out of it because of its own political reasons, because it's very strong and it had its own reasons. Let's not get into those part. But essentially, GATT was constructed with a view to to bring in some kind of to bring down tariffs essentially, because there were tariff walls, and countries felt that they could actually, by bringing down tariff, and they can through various rounds. This is a very basic thing which we all know. But if you go into the entire politics of it, next 40-50 years of the GATT, of course, as Pallavi mentioned, it was a temporary organization. As Jackson puts it, it was an organization which was hanging on a shoelace. So that's okay. I mean, what I'm saying is, but the GATT also took into reality, see, when we were talking about allies and adversaries, over a period of time, it was essentially, you have 100 plus new states which entered the scene post Second World War, which had different aspirations, which they wanted to develop. So there is a whole dichotomy that existed between both sides actually. I'm not saying that GATT didn't respond. GATT did respond to it. The part 4, or which was added to trade and development, which was added to GATT, of course, was in view of what happened in other international organizations. See, you have several UN General Assembly resolutions on economic matters, which new international economic order, Charter of Economic Rights and Duties, whole lot of things which happened. International law developments have happened during that period. So now, if you ask me allies and adversaries, yes, there are. This is an when you go into this, the allies. Who are the allies here? Who are the adversaries here? You have a set of countries who cannot participate in an international trading system simply because they are not part of it. They are not part of. They were at the periphery. They have not been able to be part of normative development of an international trading system. They were not part of it simply because it was constructed without even any consultation with them. Now if you go to, similarly, why I am saying this is, if you look at the history, see, if you just look at what was happening within the United Nations system. Look at the number of resolutions passed by the UNGA, studies prepared by the UNGA to bring in some kind of equity, or sort of these are quite well, because of the nature of the international organization like GATT or within the UN system. So there is a whole problem of who are the allies and adversaries. And secondly, I'll just finish in 2 minutes. See, one is, when you talk about GATT has set of rules, trade rules. Now when you look at the kind of play which has happened, look at multi-fiber agreement. Multi-fiber agreement is totally in violation of GATT norms. But developed countries, particularly European countries, could able to sustain MFA because there are no developing countries. You see, MFA only in the 1989 Brussels meet, after the Uruguay round started, the textile agreement was simply about dismantling MFA. And in Brussels in 1989, there was a quid pro quo which actually happened to negotiate IPRs or to dismantle MFA. So now, and MFA dismantling took 15 years, and there is a whole scenario of this kind of inequity that existed in the international trading system. Now in order to get over MFA, and you need to negotiate on, and I don't want to get into the debate why IPR came in, why services came in, which is, again, I can go on actually. But allies and adversaries existed within the national legal systems, within the trading systems, in the context of development patterns, how countries actually looked at it. I'm not even looking at the strategic alliance actually. So even coming to this day, this continues in a different way. I'm sure James can elaborate on it. If you look at free trade agreements, look at the preferential trading arrangements, look at the finally all boils down to when you work on this. For example, even within India, you just look at it. Who is going to take care of trade agreements? Trade agreements is looked after the Commerce Ministry. Investment agreements is looked after in India. I'm talking about it by the Finance Ministry. So nothing to do with international law actually. International law is an advisory. Now, here is, see, why it is with commerce and finance, because they have to look at the nitty-gritties of, see, in case if you are trading with Singapore, say, for example, when Singapore Free Trade Agreement was to be negotiated, you need to look at the components of, in case if you trade with Singapore, what products have to be given, what kind of tariff allocation. So it's a big problem. Countries have to work on a realistic pictures, actually, and this is iniquitous. And with EU, we are going for last 15, 20 years, it's not going to happen. So because EU, there is a whole set of factors, including, I am very sorry to say, even our federations of industries and commerce, even like FICCI or PhD Chamber of Commerce in Delhi and all these, they have no position. Their only position is to protect their own interests. So there is no national interest point of view. So obviously, when you talk about their interest, they only try to position before the government what actually they want from these things. So when you talk about preferential, in fact, I've seen secretary to the government, which I was a desk officer, I had to be with him. So there he clearly said, you come out with a position, tell us what you want. So we had no position in the 80s and 90s as to what we want. So in other words, I just want to say at the international, at the global level, global trading system, if you look at today, there is a whole negotiations, within negotiation, there is an inequity that exists between the countries, that are, if you look at, I just end by giving you an example of the, apart from COVID vaccine issues, even if you go back to the earlier, the TRIPS and public health deal, where the para 6 of the TRIPS and public health very clearly said you have to have manufacturing facilities. How many, finally you had a deal, you amended TRIPS, who actually used it? So in other words, when you talk about allies and adversaries, apart from the strategic I can come later. There are whole number of issues of, when you come to strategic, only one point I just want to say about strategic is that, yes, if it is strategic, it is, nothing works. Article 21 GATT chips in. So no national interest is prevailing, you can suspend all trade negotiations, you can do whatever you want to do. So let's be very clear about it. Every state, as ICJ said in the legality of nuclear weapons case, when a state is in a position where it can't sustain itself anymore, hands are totally tied, they can do anything actually. That's the basic point, including trade. So let's not get into strategic issues. Strategic issues, a state as a sovereignty space comes open. But when it comes to trade issues, the allies and adversaries point is that states, this inequity is actually rampant. Now how to, just the really last point, how to bridge this inequity, how to do that. This is where negotiations are very important. Now be it climate change, be it other areas where negotiations are happening, the only one area I can see where some kind of equity in negotiation, as an example I can give you is some of you who are studying international law could know, is the Conventional Law of the Sea. Law of the Sea took 15, 20, 30 years of negotiations, but you have a more equitous regime there actually. Countries have a more balanced sort of a rights and obligations within the, but do we have such a multilateral, or I don't even talk about regional and bilateral. Regional and bilateral are worse actually. So allies and adversaries, this is the problem. This is my basic point. I'll come to it a little later.
No, I think it's very relevant because we would, the moment you say adversaries, you think security, but when it comes to trade, there is that entire development issue that we will never be able to reconcile, unfortunately, and we see this even now to the extent of, let's say, right after the fisheries agreement was negotiated, India's stance was not considered to be appropriate by the West, while, I mean, at the end of the day, these are our vulnerable fishermen that we do have to protect at any point whatsoever. And this is what perhaps would make us adversaries for the rest of our developing status, perhaps. Professor Nadampra?
So thank you, Vinidika, for that question. So, I had the opportunity of actually hearing both Pallavi and Professor Hegde, very interesting points of view. But I will actually touch upon your first question, whether we have a sense of déjà vu, right? So my own feeling is that, when we really look at the 1940s, and Pallavi made that point very clearly. In the 1940s, I think we were actually coming out of the war, actually. So the 1940s was the period of international law making. So when we really look at the global architecture, right? So we have got the International Monetary Fund, and we have got the World Bank, the Bank of International Reconstruction and Development, and the International Trade Organization. So these were actually major, I think even, in hindsight, in 75 years in hindsight, these are remarkable developments in the field of international institution building. So my own feeling is that that period was actually golden age. The period of 1940s was actually golden age. People and countries understood, especially the transatlantic countries understood, that there has to be a global order. So the global order, when we talk about the GATT and the WTO, they are all actually the outcome of this particular global order that we are talking about. Now what happened after 75 years? We have a kind of a global disorder at the moment. So in fact, I had the chance to be part of this MC12 and other things. After a very long time, we have got a ministerial outcome in Geneva in June 2022. But what is the real contribution of the Geneva outcome? We have got an agreement on fisheries subsidies, a very minimal agreement. Even on an issue like the COVID vaccine, basically the waiver of TRIPS provision for COVID vaccine, the countries were unwilling to have an agreement. So at best what we can think is that the parallel that we can draw to is actually COVID-19, because that was a major crisis. We can compare it with the World War II and similar situation. In 1940s, we were actually able to have an agreement, a very detailed agreement. And it is also important to remember that the ITO Charter, the Havana Charter, right? It is a very comprehensive agreement with very detailed provisions on trade, including on issues like competition and many other areas. When we really look at the GATT has rightly pointed out, it is almost a shoelace agreement. It is not even an institution. GATT is just an arrangement. But that arrangement, that was a symbol of ad hocism for that matter. Every country realized the importance of having an agreement, but they could not reach a consensus. So my own feeling is that reaching a consensus internationally is very, very difficult. It was difficult in 1948. It is even more difficult to sell a trade agreement to your domestic constituency. So the reason why the United States could not join the International Trade Organization was that President Truman did not get the support within the United States Senate, right? So that was the reality. Now really think about fast forward to 2020, it is so difficult to have any agreement multilaterally. The MC12 negotiation that we had some minor declarations on food insecurity, not on food security, food insecurity. Something on TRIPS waiver, something with, and that too not on therapeutics and devices, only on vaccine. The fisheries agreement that we are talking about is only dealing with the IUU fishing, not the real overfishing and overcapacity and other major areas. So in a way, my feeling is that, there is a sense of, what is the right word? There is a sense of nostalgia, I suppose. There's a sense of nostalgia as opposed to a sense of deja vu, because at that time, people realized that there has to be an international organization, there has to be global architecture. Now, I had the chance to really look at the statement of Catherine Tai, the American USTR. So she was saying that multilateralism, that the status quoist approach is not really good. What's she talking about? She's saying that trade should be rewired in such a fashion that it should really take into account national security. So the United States has recently come out with the two major legislation. One is the United States Chips and Science Act, and the other is the United States Inflation Reduction Act. What are they trying to do? They are trying to become economically independent, completely removed. So maybe you can say, when we are talking about allies and adversaries, even allies will have to do trade with adversaries. If you have to actually have rare earth and raw materials and other things, there are only few countries that actually produce them, right? And the world understood the problems of supply chain disruption. So what every country is doing at the moment is actually to have this kind of a make it home programs. They want to be internally self-sufficient and resilient for that matter. That means cut off from international cooperation. We have got a number of other parallel initiatives happening, like the IPEF, the quadrilateral the arrangement for that. So let me tell you, I am very disappointed with even Biden administration. We thought that Trump had done, killed the appellate body. Is there any kind of interest in the United States, either within the lawmakers or any country for that matter, to revive the appellate body? No. So the appellate body for practically all purposes is dead forever. So that means, that is why in a sense of déjà vu, I wouldn't, even that word is not actually a sense of huge disappointment.
Wow. To that extent, I think there are a couple of themes that are overlapping with Professor Hegde's remark on development and adversaries having a very strong connection with each other, the fact that we can never reach a consensus at this particular point, and the fact that the trade law system at this particular point is weakening because we do not at this particular point have a sense of global order that needs to exist, or the fact that interdependency is a good thing instead of a bad thing. The fact that at this particular point the law of comparative advantages isn't something that we depend on or should depend on because of the supply disruptions in general. Or another issue that perhaps comes to mind when we talk about development, consensus and weakening of multilateralism is this era of unilateralism that has come up, and it's not recent, of course. It's been happening since way before 1990s, but I think with respect to the environment, it took up in the 1990s and continues, of course, with respect to the carbon border adjustment mechanisms. But it's not just environment, it's also health, and there are several other investments in several other areas where we see unilateralism take a stage. Because and this is my question to the panelists, is this very clearly because we can never reach a consensus and because development is always going to be an issue with the developing countries and we will not be able to agree to certain demands of the West in general, or is this a byproduct of us just turning inward and turning protectionist to an extent? To anybody who would want to take it forward first. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for the question. So, well, depends on how you look at it. I think that it's not as if unilateralism is just happening now and that it wasn't there earlier. It was always there. So the multilateral project was not something that was ever going to entirely replace unilateralism. So it's just that now it is, unilateralism is more visible because we're coming out of this, we've had 70 years of multilateralism, so we in our memories perhaps forgot about unilateralism and now it's becoming more visible, that's all. So, but it was always there. So it was never the idea that one or the other. Both were perhaps needed or they were not needed, but they were always there. And so basically the whole point is that it seems that this unilateralism will continue, and by the way, it's not only between the developed and developing countries, not just about development, so it could be between two developed countries as well. If we're talking about a state self-interest, then I come back to what Professor Hegde said, who's an ally and who's an adversary? We're all at the same time, so A is an ally, adversary at the same time, and so is B. And so A and B are never allies and adversaries only permanently, they keep changing their status between each other. So if that is the situation, then we will revolve between multilateralism, regionalism, bilateralism, unilateralism, whatever you want. Because if state interest is primary, and what is state interest then remains to be defined anyway, which we were discussing before it began. So in my opinion, unilateralism can be between any two types of countries. They don't have to be of a particular level of development. Definitely it is going to be easier to practice it when one country is weak and one is strong. So that of course goes without saying. But I don't think that unilateralism is ever going to disappear. That was not the purpose of the multilateral mechanism or the project anyway. That was not the purpose. The purpose was perhaps to mask unilateralism, or rather to actually just go ahead with unilateralism but in a more legitimate way, because multilateral mechanisms have also been promoting unilateralism, and for that matter the appellate body has said so in US Shrimp's case that Article 20 includes unilateralism. So the multilateral mechanism by law includes unilateralism, so what is it doing? It's just masking it. It was never supposed to entirely replace it. Right?
Would a follow-up on that, considering we, India and several other global south countries would have assumed, or at least this was one of the demands, that we create the dispute settlement mechanism as a part of the WTO in order to tackle USA's unilateral sanctions in terms of our counterfeits or whatever else you have it, wouldn't one perhaps suggest that it was one of the demands to take care of unilateralism or put it away, but that because of how, and I mean, politics, international relations are, or the fact that the appellate body isn't really taking into account development as an interest, that they went ahead with unilateralism anyway?
See, I think that we should remember that since this conference is on international relations and national law, the point is the purpose of any law is to iron out the imbalances, power imbalances to a certain extent. It cannot iron them out entirely. That is just fiction if we are thinking, that is wishful thinking. So the point is that there is an imbalance in international relations, whatever be the reasons, there's a power imbalance. Can the law iron out entirely? I don't think so. It has not happened ever. Even if we look outside the trade regime, has it happened anyway? Even if we start looking at domestic regimes, has it happened ever? So it's not going to happen ever. It will definitely iron out, but not 100%. Even if it is 99.9%, it is still not 100. So to my mind, the fact that the developing countries wanted the dispute settlement mechanism in the WTO, they got it, but it's not functioning very well. And of course, we have seen the various interpretations which have come and which seem quite unhappy from the point of view of a developing country. And they are justified in terms of being in accordance with the law. So they're in accordance with Article 31 of the VCLD. That's justification. But then the question is, what about Article 31? How justified is it? So, which brings me back to my point that can international law entirely iron out the power imbalances in international relations? Not entirely, according to me.
All right. Would Professor Hegde try to answer that last question by Professor Kishore?
Yeah. So I think this is a very sort of a very important and a very perennial question actually, which needs to be very difficult to, not difficult, but actually, on a more realistic terms, both unilateralism and multilateralism exist. I mean, post Second World War definitely, but states are going to use them according to their, requirements. I mean, this let's be very clear about it. Even at the height of multilateralism, of course, unilateralism will be there. I mean, there is going to be, but degree might differ actually, how they are going to use it. Now, the other important problem with international relations and international law, particularly in terms of global trade relations, is the essentially international relations. We have this debate which keeps happening in JNU as well. Is power which determines the formulation of normative structures. That's one view. I mean, all my colleagues in international politics always argue that it's the power which actually matters. I mean, most of them argue that way. But even the rules can be, norms can also be very important in actually regulating the power, the power imbalance or whatever. I mean, it's very difficult. You can't even totally, as Professor Pallavi mentioned, you can't totally you can't totally exclude the nature of normative structures in regulating the power actually. You might ask me why I'm saying this. Let's take one or two examples then. It may not be in trade, but it can be in other areas. I'll just give you two examples. Now let's take the example of, best example, this is highly political, strategic and can have impact on trade relations, is the South China Sea issue. Now in South China Sea issue, the Philippines went, now Philippines of course is a different viewpoint because of the political regime's change there, so now they are not going to press it, but there was a permanent court of arbitration which went into it. There is a 500-page excellent judgment written by them, award given by them, which China under Article 9 of the Law of the Sea Convention decided not to be part of the entire PCA proceedings. Now let us, I don't know how many of you have looked at this, but this is South China Sea by itself is a great area, ASEAN, trade. You can look at why China wants to have sovereignty over these some of these islands which are very close to Philippines. Those are different issues. But on an award which was given by a very well crafted permanent court of arbitration, and here is China which is actually saying this is a piece of paper, put it in the dustbin. This is what exactly it said. Now, but actually what states say and actually what states do is very different. Now look at China. I don't know how many of you have gone into the process of negotiation. What China did during the PCA, was actually the meetings were happening. China did not actually attend the present it before it was ex parte, but Chinese foreign ministry conducted press conferences. It met just outside the building of the PCA. It gave all whatever Philippines team of lawyers presented, China countered it outside the building actually. It's like, sitting inside the Jindal, just outside you have Chinese people, the ambassador sitting there and giving so in other words, see it's legally, if we talk about I-law, international relations, but here is China understands that in case there is a award like this and it comes from 5 very well-known international legal scholars, and if it actually pins it down and it's going to remain in history as legality of the South China Sea, particularly the historical aspects of the South China Sea boundaries will be decided by this 5, then it remains ever as a legal norm, and that norm will prevail. See, now China can't deny the fact that there is a norm which existed, which was supported by the international community, particularly by the 5 well-known scholars. Now what are you going to do now of course, that particular award is in limbo, that's a different issue, but you have a legal ruling on this issue. That you can't actually deny. There is a legal position on this, which is given by under the Chapter 615 of the Law of the Sea Convention, PCA driven. So I'm saying the norms have their own place. China understands it better. Let's go back little, in the history to the India-Pakistan Atlantic case. Even here, prisoners of war case. In India in 1971, even here before the ICJ, when Pakistan went to ICJ, India did the same thing. India did not participate, said we are not going to participate, this is totally unilateral issue between us, this has to be done according to negotiation between, this is highly strategic actually, between India and Pakistan can sit together. India did not even attend a single meeting, but what India did, India also did the same thing, it gave counter arguments, came out with its press briefings, said that what Pakistan is doing is wrong, and all the narratives which Pakistan gave within the ICJ was countered by India outside the court. Going into the court, they understand that it's going to bind them procedurally, same China. So, in other words, in international relations, when power actually meets norm, there is a whole problem which exists, which I tell my friends in international politics. You might say power is supreme in the entire debate, but at the same time, when actually an institution of 13, 15 judges, when they are actually hearing a case, of course again, like Nicaragua or like any other cases, that case also went into oblivion for various other reasons. That's a different issue. That happens in international all the time. We have no problems with it. Coming to WTO, the last point. Coming to WTO appellate body. Now, appellate body, now, see, you can do things by omission or commission. See. Now, by omission, now whatever Trump did, I'm sure I understand what Biden did is, we all expected Biden is coming, so he's going to appoint somebody into appellate body, it will revive. Nothing, I know in international power relations is not going to happen. See, we are talking about, which I said, why I give you another example of this kind. He did not do anything, I agree with, appellate body, and this is like taking a very realist, we think that appellate body should function very well. How did the appellate body function very well? Have you looked at the judgments or some of the panel awards, panel reports are really, see, you look at them actually carefully. There are problems within them also, including exit awards, including investment awards. All of them have very, very difficult problems because of the kind of people who are there, kind of biases they have, kind of awards they give. This happens in our courts also. I'm sure domestic courts, if you go to Supreme Court, you know which judgment will come, which you go to High Court. All lawyers know actually. This is a simple American realism in jurisprudence we have studied. This is very clear. So this happens within the international panels also. Even appellate body, the last point I just want to mention is, I just want to talk about Biden. He said, now look at the Biden, we are talking about Ukraine-Russia war. See, none of us look at Africa actually. Africa, there is a Polisario regime. There is a country called Morocco, which actually annexed almost 3/4 of the areas of the region of this country. There was an annexation, which was almost, which was recognized by the Trump regime, which has not been undone by Biden regime. So why? I mean, this is a country which actually is under subjugation. Now, what moral right you have to then say about Ukraine? No, Russians. I'm not saying that Russians are good, Ukraine, but you have a dichotomy in power relationship that exists when countries actually behave. So when it comes to normative structures, norms are always want to be egalitarian. They want to place it, and it also depends where you go actually, institutional mechanisms. If you are going into United Nations, we know General Assembly, Security Council, all that debate we know. But when you are actually within certain systemic issues, when power and norm come face to face, then you have a problem. So now it is to say that power is going to decide, if you go to International Criminal Court or any other, defining aggression, there is a big problem. Defining aggression by itself is a big problem actually. National liberation movements, how do you define? This is a whole debate, last 30, 40 years. So how do you debate national liberation movements? How do you debate this interrelation between international terrorism and national liberation movements? There are a number of problems which that exist, which actually can be extrapolated to trade as well. So in my view, trade is no different. As fisheries subsidies, see what we have got, this all started in the Nairobi, from the Nairobi declaration of the WTO ministerial, where in the last few paragraphs they actually started from Bali, but it continued in Nairobi. After that, of course, it remains as it is. I mean, there is a disinterest which has actually been shown by the developed world for various reasons. Now they are trying to get into unilateralism, but it is difficult to get into unilateralism. Under the globalized world, with the development of technology, with the certain comparative advantages developing countries have, issues like biodiversity, traditional knowledge, and many other issues which have developing country advantages, these are becoming extremely important when you actually, and of course the recent climate change negotiations which have huge ramifications. So I think I stop at this. I mean, I feel in conclusion, very difficult to say unilateralism, multilateralism, and these are used according to the requirements. But norms, yes, norm creation is a big problem. Norm creation, so also dependent on various factors like domestic factors. Now, almost 85 investment agreements we decided to suspend in India after that 20-30 years of negotiations. What is the impact? So because it affected us very badly, and there are 3,000 plus investment agreements. Now we are renegotiating, we are coming out with a new draft. So norm creation is always a process which actually takes place and then tries to bind states. And this is unique to international law and international relations. I mean, I'm not going to compare it with domestic legal systems. They are very different, but this is unique to IR and I law, this kind of a thing. And unilateralism plus multilateralism. Now, I agree, I think, to the point that there is some amount of problem with multilateralism at this point of time because of the situations we are in. Unilateralism is getting more, but this unilateralism also is quite, what shall I say, quite guarded actually. It's not going to be, states have they have to be guarded because of the factors I mentioned to you. They can't neglect some of the major countries, like India or Brazil or, even China up to that point. So there are South Korea or, in the ASEAN region. So I think I stop at this, sorry.
No, but thank you so much, Professor Hegde, because I think this is a very important discussion for any critical international legal scholar to face with and to, of course, promulgate, because international law in itself isn't, it's nothing if not power and equity in display all throughout. And that is something that we see, of course, when it comes to norm creation and when it comes to all our activities, multicultural multilateral or unilateral, but also perhaps when we talk about negotiations, and especially this is me then diverting to, considering we just have 5 minutes, the main issue as well. When we negotiate regional trade agreements, let's say, do we continue to, let's say, face the amount of inequity as India? Inequity as perhaps we would have faced back in 1945 or 47 when we were negotiating GATT, or later on in the 1980s when we were trying to negotiate the agreement for the WTO, or has it perhaps lessened because of the major power, or the major, not power play that India can perhaps take credit for, but the fact that it's of course one of the bigger economies at this particular point, has that had an impact when it comes to reducing power inequities, or, I mean, is it the same story at play? If you could, please, Professor Nadampra.
Thank you, Vinitika. In fact, I just wanted to touch upon a couple of points regarding the unilateral aspect. So the point is that every country is actually driven by self-interest. So when we think about the term unilateral, my understanding is that doing alone, right? So there are two dimensions to it. The one thing which Pallavi was talking about is actually a country coming up with some kind of a domestic regulations and then trying to apply that particular regulation extraterritorially. That is a kind of a unilateral thing. The United States does it all the time. They have got Section 301 legislation. So they take, even with respect to our India's digital service tax, they had a unilateral measure, and you know, they use that kind of a power in order to bring people to a negotiating table. So that has been happening for all this time. The reason is that when you think about multilateralism, that is an extension of unilateralism as well. So assuming that a group of countries are actually willing to tie into a philosophy, you can have a kind of an agreement. You can have something like a TPP agreement. If there are a large number of countries willing to tie into a thing, you can actually expand it to a multilateral level. And we have to understand why this multilateral agreement came into place in the first place. Because of the trade tensions between the United States and European Union, and also between the United States and Japan. I'm talking about the 1980s actually. So at that time there was a huge amount of focus on bringing in new issues. People understood that the traditional market access for goods is not actually a major thing. Services, intellectual property rights, labor, environment, these are bigger issues at that time. So every country is in a way driven by self-interest, right? That is absolutely true. But there is a self-interest in even choosing your partners now, right? So when we think about, there is a new term called friendshoring. So if you really want to have an agreement, try to have an agreement with countries that actually, they are willing to accept your philosophy for that matter. So that is why the IPEF, I just gave an example to you. And that is precisely the reason why the United States is disengaging from the multilateral trading system. They have got certain kind of philosophy. Obviously the capitalist neoliberal philosophy, which many countries may not be willing to agree to. And to an extent you can steamroll. But now there are many powerful emerging economies like China, India for that matter. Their consent cannot be taken for granted. So that is why if you really look at the delay in the Doha round process, it is very difficult to have an agreement, because to form a consensus by using the power tactics will not work. Then what is the best way? Disengage from the process and take up your own unilateral measures, apply force to the extent possible, or try to have an agreement with countries that you can actually manipulate. So if you really look at the NAFTA agreement, the USMCA, right, the United States, Canada, Mexico agreement, it is a reincarnation of the NAFTA. And let me tell you, this is again a very interesting issue. Are agreements, really setting good norms? Is there anything, legal or economic about trade agreements? No. So the United States lobbied hard that the jobs are shifting to Mexico. So the United States said that we should have very strong labor policies. And what did the labor policy say? The Mexican workers should be paid a minimum wage of $16 per hour in the automobile plants in Mexico. So the point is that there is nothing durable, or there is nothing even law or economics in any trade agreement. It is pure self-interest. If you are facing competition from one particular country, there is again another interesting thing in the USMCA. They said that if any of the USMCA partners are actually engaging in a free trade agreement negotiation with, or concluding an agreement with a non-market economy, then all the parties have got the right to terminate their agreement.
Oh, wow.
So the point is, there is nothing. If you really look at the GATT, it embodies some really good principles like MFN or national treatment, or prohibition on quantitative restriction, etc. With respect to commercial diplomacy, my feeling is that it is not driven by any particular value, purely by self-interest. But when it comes to labor or other categories of environment, perhaps there is a certain amount of good norms developing in those areas. So now your second question is with respect to the power asymmetry, right? So India is definitely the 5th largest economy in the world, huge market with a very good projection for GDP growth rate. India can really become the 3rd largest economy in another 7 years' time. So every country really has recognized the potential of India, but at the same time India has got huge challenges as well. So with respect to agriculture, our agriculture sector is not reformed properly. We have got concerns with respect to labor, environment, and many of these concerns actually. So India will be a norm taker for in the short run, but if you do proper planning, if you actually carefully choose our strategies, in the long run we can be a norm setter. But as I mentioned earlier, the norms do not have any kind of a durable value. It actually suits your interest at a particular point in time. Let me just mention one more point. Even somebody as John Maynard Keynes actually did not agree for the MFN provision or the MFN provision under the GATT, because he believed that the Commonwealth preferences, which Pallavi referred to earlier, could be completely overridden or completely removed as a result of the GATT. So even somebody like John Keynes Keynes did not agree for that. And that is where somebody like Cordell Hull is actually the father of the United Nations, the former American State Secretary. He had a major role in actually building the system that we have. So some people will have to take up the leadership, maybe Leon Britton during the GATT period. He also played a very prominent role for that matter. So we don't have that kind of, very leading personalities who can drive this kind of value-ridden system. That is again a challenge that we have.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor Ndampara and Professor Kishore and Professor Hegde. We've reached our time for the session, but I think we can continue to have these conversations, especially because none of these issues are going away anytime soon. But thanks for all of you and to the audience for attending the session. Thanks a lot. Considering we, I think, do have 1 minute perhaps, would the audience have any question for the panelists, considering these people know everything that there is to know about global trade relations?
I think we started 5 minutes late, so we should...
We can continue, right? All right, Vibhasa?
We have come here to listen and views of the students.
Yeah. Just to the panel, what do you think would be the difference currently compared to the Cold War era? Where it used to be a bipolar, at least in the military front, but trade relations still continued between USA and Russia. But now, though it seems more bipolar with China, the Chinese bloc, Chinese-Russian bloc, and America, international multilateralism seems to be tumbling down. What do you think is the difference?
Yeah.
I was slightly distracted. Can you just restate the question again?
Sure, sir. So what do you think is the difference between the Cold War era, where the Russian bloc, the communist bloc, versus the American bloc existed, but there is still trade between the countries, and there is still multilateralism. But currently, right now, though there is a Chinese and Russian bloc, and there's the American bloc right now, again a bipolar world, why would you consider that the trade relations are breaking down right now compared to before?
So I think, so when we think about the Cold War period, it was actually a bipolar world, right? And many people say that we live in a unipolar world at the moment. So when we really look at the reasons why I'm talking about the World Trade Organization and these kind of multilateral trade negotiations happen, it was actually a project driven by the United States in particular, and to an extent by the European community, right? So, any kind of a multilateral trade negotiation actually requires some kind of a propellant. It requires a major economic power to take the responsibility. So now the problem here is that the European Union to an extent has been replaced by China. I'm talking about the trade relationship. So it is quite difficult to actually have any kind of trade negotiations with another country that has a different system altogether. So if you really look at the Chinese system, it is based upon the state capitalist model. which is completely opposite to what you call as a market-based model to an extent. So the bipolar world that you are referring to in the past was actually more of a political thing. The current bipolar model, in my opinion, is basically more economic in nature and security related. So at the moment, that is why there is a huge amount of focus on security. And so I referred to one talk by Catherine Tai, right? So she was saying that the entire political order should be rewired in such a fashion that the security concern should actually drive everything, including political thing. Let me tell you, the most important thing for the time being is actually the, what you call as semiconductors and other things. So that is why every country, the US is actually giving 52 billion subsidies to their domestic industry to have production facility with respect to semiconductors and chips manufacturing, especially for artificial intelligence and other things. What is the reason behind it? They don't want to depend upon
China.
They don't want to depend upon China. And they are also very uncertain about the future of Taiwan for that matter. Right? So, in my opinion, there is no, the kind of bipolarism that we have at the moment is quite different from the bipolar world that we had during the 1980s for that matter. So it is quite different.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any other questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So, as you professors alluded to, that there are certain inequalities that can never be taken away by the law. But from what I understand, the definition of multilateralism is where multiple states or countries deal with each other on an equal footing. So, I mean, if that is the case, would someone make an argument that multilateralism wasn't necessarily a thing? And the second thing I would like to ask is, now there is certain cynicism with regard to institutional backed multilateralism, right? So is that a valid cynicism to say that these institutions are not at all helped with regard to the concept of multilateralism?
All right, just to moderate the question a little bit, perhaps we could focus on whether there is this promise of multilateralism when it comes to the WTO or not, because I mean, I think we've taken into account the point that there cannot be an equal footing, but the fact that there is still multilateralism, that unilateralism is still curtailed, shows some kind of promise that does exist. But is, let's say, that promise worthy of continuing or not, could be something that we can talk about.
Multilateralism is inevitable, but I told you the degree of it, it can vary actually. See, for example, what you are talking about, the unilateralism or multilateralism, the way, I mean, if you look at, you have to look at sectorially, you look at how countries are actually trying to build. Easy, if you look at in the, again, IPR regimes, see, they can move from, see, they need not be state-centric actually. It can be something else. So it can be more sort of, you have the international law making, norm making can happen in more informal ways. So look at Basel Conventions, look at the G20 which is meeting, and then what kind of normative, they are not saying it norms, but when some countries even they decide certain things on certain basis, that becomes part of negotiating agenda. Even, of course, it's difficult when there is a whole, see, within the United Nations, if you look at the recent FATF meetings, there are a number of such institutions which have come up, which is, of course, part of administrative, international administrative law, as they call it. So there is a nature of this kind of multilateralism could change, actually. So now you have more, sort of, it can become very different in the sense, may not be state-centric, but sometimes when it comes to security, I totally agree, it's everything goes beyond states, of course, will take over. This we go back to Westphalian model, actually, that point of time. Yeah.
Yes, please.
I just want to mention the point that in the multilateralism, the countries are of disparate economic might. Some countries are very powerful, some others are very small economically, right? But if you really look at the multilateralism, there is actually an underlying goal. If you read the preamble of the GATT, it talks about ensuring free exchange of goods. It talks about improving the real income of the people. it talks about ensuring full employment. So these kind of objectives are actually the underlying features of a multilateral system. So in a way we can say a multilateral trade agreement is also a global justice project to an extent. Because there are, it really wants to, I think, bridge the gap between the developed countries and the developing countries, provide greater opportunities for the developing countries to trade and become economically, prosperous. So there is that kind of an objective behind multilateralism. But free trade agreements, in my opinion, are purely transactional. In the sense I mentioned the auto thing, right? Every country is actually driven by extreme selfish interest for that matter. So these kind of objectives are not actually met in a free trade agreement. But multilateralism is a great project. So that project can never die. It may actually undergo some kind of setbacks for a certain period of time, but the project is actually a long-standing project.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Nadampuram, Professor Hegre, and Professor Kishore. I think it's time that we wrap up the session. So thanks to everyone for attending, and thank you for the valuable discussion that we just had.
Thank you.
Professor, yeah.
Thank you, speakers. I request Professor Srijit to please
All right, a very, very good afternoon to all of you. Those of you who had it in your heart to come back after the tea and the snacks and in between lunch. I have the privilege of moderating this really, really interesting and hopefully exciting session on handling the exodus, conflict, migration and refugees, the international law and international relations perspective. Before I introduce the speakers, I want to just quickly take 30 seconds to set the context of today's conversation. As all of you are aware, the panel discussion today is happening in the context of the larger Dr. L.M. Singhvi Global Conference on the theme International Law and International Relations, right? Now, what is the thought behind this larger theme? The thought behind the larger theme is that disciplines of international relations and international law, although they have evolved parallelly, they were carefully quarantined fields of inquiry, each with its own account of distinctiveness and autonomy, right? And legal philosophers have frequently sought to sort of segregate the discipline of law from politics for fear that intrusion of politics would undermine the distinctive character of law as an impartial system of rules. Right? Now, increasingly, now that we see the confluence between international law and international relations happening, what kind of impact does the acceptance of the political has on issues related to, say, migrants, refugees, conflict, right? Now, conflict, migration and refugees, that is a reality and a crisis that is deepening around the world. There is a wide consensus that international legal framework on refugees, which was developed largely at the end of the Second World War, is not adequate to address, current and ongoing crisis, especially with reference to internally displaced persons, migrants, or those displaced by climate change. So in a context like this, how do we understand this confluence or convergence of international relations and international law, and how does it impact conflict, migration and refugees? That is the context of this panel. And I have a group of very, very esteemed panelists with me today, which I would take a moment to introduce. We have with us Professor Aman, who is a colleague at Jindal Global Law School, an associate professor. We have Professor Dr. Nafees Ahmed. He's an associate professor from South Asian University. I have my colleague who we've taught together, and now she's at Ashoka, Professor Dr. Pallavi Raghavan. She is the head of the Department of International Relations at Ashoka University. And I have my colleague, Professor Dr. Samrat Sinha, who is a professor at Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University. We have roughly 60 minutes for this panel. We would like to come to a hard stop at 2 o'clock. So I would like to open the discussion by requesting each of the panelists to perhaps reflect on the topic on hand for around 3 to 4 minutes or less. Once we have one round of reflections, then we can sort of start with the questions. We will start with the moderator's questions. Once we had a round of discussion, we will open it up to the audience. I hope that is okay with everyone. All right, wonderful. I would go in the same order as I have introduced. So, Professor Aman, if I could request you to reflect.
Thank you so much. So, I mean, when I look at sort of setting the tone for the conversation, there are a few distinct variables that I think need to be laid out. And to some extent, I mean, this idea of this confluence of political and this or the legalistic part for international law, that this confluence essentially has come into prominence probably like in academic conversations maybe much later, but it's something that I think it always sort of was there or playing the undercurrents, right? It's interesting sort of to take us back to like even political philosophy, like, and I sort of think of Kant speaking about this idea of cosmopolitanism first. He ideated that the idea of cosmopolitanism essentially sort of only arrives once you have a sound constitutional structure and a sound international law structure, and only upon that you build the third sort of a narrative. So somewhere, the first two premise, like, I mean, the first two steps of the ladder, so to say, are kind of essential to build. And that's where, say, for instance, power essentially sort of manifests in its widest forms, because we are talking about asymmetries that involve the making of constitutions or the making of international law. So somewhere I feel like whenever we speak of this, I mean, it, of course, like from the very beginning, sort of was ideated on the, I mean, like sort of factored in this politics, and like there's an excellent piece by Rebecca Hamlin, who sort of very recently sort of speaks about this in the Oxford Handbook of International Refugee Law. She says that the application of the idea of a refugee, I mean, couldn't have ever been legalistic, right? It was I think, failed start to begin with. The other sort of conversation that for me becomes a very relevant one in times of today, like the UN special expert for international solidarity essentially talks about this idea of populism versus solidarity conversations today. And he says that today, I mean, largely sort of reiterating what many people have spoken about it, says that what we kind of witness today is a kind of a reactionary populism, and any reactionary populism for that matter, one way to sort of handle this exodus, so to say, would be to look at the idea of solidarity a little closely and how to sort of think about this idea of solidarity a little well. To that end, I think, I mean, I'm just sort of leaving these two sort of words sort of open for now, because for me, like whenever I think of handling the exodus, because he says that it's a crisis of solidarity today, and if it is a crisis of solidarity, then sort of looking at things that are not in the title itself, like words like solidarity and populism, which are very fundamental issues that we can't essentially push under the table, those may also be very relevant to sort of speak about.
Well, yes, thank you, Aman. And I think what you've essentially done is sort of opened up the conversation and bringing in two very important ideas on the table. One is the idea of populism, and other is the idea of solidarity. And one can perhaps think about the ways in which, and you very correctly said that we are talking about the convergence in the academia now, but it's not that the convergence did not exist earlier. We are articulating it in certain ways now, but it always existed. For example, when we taught political science and sociology, we talked about the fact that it's not like these were disciplines that existed in isolation of one another. However, one is recognizing the interdisciplinary nature of international law and international relations such. So thank you very much for those words. I would come to you now, Professor, if you could share your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Opportunity of sharing my thoughts. This is a place where I would like to put forward my views in a highly unconventional manner, because I don't want any kind of an intellectual platitude as a part of my submissions, because we are dealing with in the area of higher education. So my submission, as you have rightly pointed out, the political angle, that is an established fact that majority of us who are the part of this august body are not interested in politics. But this reminds me of Aristotle, who has rightly pointed out that you may not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. So therefore, you have rightly pointed out, and this is the time how to amalgamate international relations with international law. Should we call it international relational law? Should we call, if I, allowed to invoke your premise of argument, and that is cosmopolitanism or international cosmopolitan law? Because we are having, and we should try to find out, as you have pointed out, instead of political, we should try to find out constitutional in the entire schematization of this development. My dear friends, so far handling the exodus is concerned, exodus has always been the part of human existence since its inception on this beautiful planet. Whether it is Bible or the recent movie with the with the same title, everywhere we find that exodus has always been taking place, and it is having some kind of a pre-socio-political incarnation or existence. So therefore, as I have already pointed out, I would like to place for your consideration certain unconventional understandings which over the years I have also developed. Because at a personal note, I perceive international law. I perceive international law is the ideality of international relations, and international relations is the reality of international law. For example, Russian aggression against Ukraine is a violation of international law, and NATO's geostrategic response and military support to Ukraine is the reality of international relations. And further, it has been argued that globalization of international relations create the norms of international law. My other important observation is exodus is sandwiched between these narratives, perspectives, as we have been deliberating, and it is axiomatic from the electronic board. So these narratives has ultimately sandwiched this entire what you call welfare of refugees, climate refugees, internally displaced persons, climatically displaced persons. Recently we have also coined a book which has been published by Springer. We are talking of, I have co-authored this book with Dr. Stalina Jolie, my learned colleague, Climate Refugees in South Asia. So where we have also coined a new kind of terminology, that is climatically displaced migrants, CDMs we are talking of. So my dear friends, these idealities and realities without any pragmatic consequences are ultimately shaping the entire discourse on foreign policy, international relations, and political angles which are generally said to be there. Another important observation, my dear friends, I intend to share with all of you, that is international law has been designed for global south, and international relations have been devised as a toolkit by the global north to serve their imperial interests. That is my major criticism on this particular aspect. Further, I would like to deliberately, I have reduced all these things into writing because I am not able to reproduce, because I am a bad memorizer. So international law is the moral constitutionalism, my dear friends, or you may call it the soft law. International law, I emphasize, is the moral constitutionalism, and international relations are the crude what we call capitalism. So it is being directed in that very milieu. Currently there is a process of nationalization of international law. For example, we have been what we call, witnessing that American orientation is being attributed, Indian orientation is being attributed, and we have been on the basis of what we call of, protecting our own interest, we are, nationalizing this particular, premise of international law. Therefore, I am of the view international law is a social contract and international relations are political contract. International law is the geoscience of universalism, and that is known as, we generally celebrate it as diversity. And international relations are the geopolitics of particularism, which is generally in other words, we celebrate it as multiculturalism. Therefore, international law is the artificial multilateralism, and international relations are the brutal bilateralism or multilateralism. International law, therefore, is based on normative doctrines, and international relations based on processual framework, how to transact international businesses among the nation states. Therefore, international law provides, my dear friend, primary rules for theoretical construction, and international relations provide secondary rules for the implementation of the primary rules. So this is my understanding, but there is also a framework which subsequently, with the permission of the chair, at a second stage, when in the second round, I am coming to certain specific answers to those very questions which I have received from Madam Moderator. There are as many as 7 questions. So at my level best, I have tried to answer those very, questions, because very late I have, received. So as a, student, whole night I have, spent in, cajoling the ramifications, repercussions of those very, questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for very succinctly putting together for all of us the distinctions and the overlaps between international law and international relations. I don't think that would have been put in a better way. And I think the other very important aspect out of the many that you bring to the table and that adds to what our first speaker said is also the significance of looking at where has international law originated, and perhaps to understand the creation of knowledge itself, for what purpose was those structures created, and at the end of the day, when you talk about law, and this is more for the students, you think more about rules. Right, rules, structures that need to be followed, but the rules and structures are applied to human situations. So how much does that impact in the constructions of the rule itself, and how flexible are the rules themselves in order to be able to accommodate the changing needs? For example, Sir here talked about the introduction of a new category in their book, which are climatically displaced migrants. Yes. So is the international law dynamic enough to be able to respond to changing realities of the exodus that we are talking about? These are perhaps some of the things that we will be taking up for discussion. Professor Raghavan, may I come to you for your reflections?
Thanks, Upasana, and can I just begin by saying what a pleasure it is to be on this panel with you. Congratulations for putting together like a really interesting and topical discussion, which is very much in the air these days. One of the things I was thinking about when I read your questions is that debates about who is the refugee, where is he from exactly, and what kind of laws should be applied to him, debates about that are not new, and they actually go right back into the middle of the 20th century at the founding of the UN itself. And I personally am a historian of partition, and I look at how, in my book I looked at how the early years of the India-Pakistan relationship played out, and when that happened, a very key question was to do with the question of partition refugees, migrants and refugees from Punjab and Bengal in the aftermath of 1947. And a really interesting kind of discussion happened in the UN at the time of its forming, when at the drafting of the Refugee Convention, India and Pakistan sort of said were actually, despite their numerous differences of approach to foreign policy making, on this particular question of refugees, they were on the same page when they told European nation states of the United Nations that the way in which you're defining what a refugee means is unfair and Eurocentric. And what's basically going on is that you're defining a refugee convention for European refugees of from the aftermath of the Second World War, German refugees, Jewish refugees, and you're kind of classifying what refugee itself means according to that space, and you're deciding, and therefore rehabilitation or resources or kind of redressal from the state will only be afforded to those types of refugees. And so at the same time, in 1947, the same year, there's an enormous refugee crisis in South Asia of some 10 million people in both Bengal and Punjab. And how come those people don't count as refugees? How come they're not getting the redressal and resources of the United Nations? And they were told, India and Pakistan both were told in no uncertain terms that no, they're not refugees. European people get to be refugees. South Asia doesn't really, the Refugee Convention doesn't, the way in which the UN defines what a refugee is in this time won't necessarily, cover the plight of partition refugees. So in a sense, like there's always like this, there's always been, the term refugee has always also connoted like a bigger discussion about global south versus global north issues, and how, who gets to make the definition and who gets to kind of apply the yardsticks of understanding, who gets to kind of shape the yardsticks of analyzing whether or not that definition is adhered to. There's also a bigger conversation being had about the global south and global north there. Because one of the other things that happened in the aftermath of partition was that, so in the absence of any fund, two very broke, poor, war-torn, ethnically divided nation states in India and Pakistan, not out of any particular sense of humanitarianism per se, but out of sheer compulsion that you're stuck with these 10 million people, now you have to do something about it. Out of that kind of necessity, there was also like a arrangement evolved between the governments of India and Pakistan, who said that as far as the refugee population, migrant population of Bengal is concerned, the governments of India and Pakistan will be accountable to one another for understanding their issues. And in a sense, what was going on here was a alternative way of trying to approach these questions that were being kind of developed in the global south, which a lot of the theory or writing about refugee issues coming from the north that it doesn't necessarily take on board or doesn't necessarily see as being part of the universal theoretical body. So I also when we're having this discussion, we also need to think about who gets to define the term refugee in the first place, and who gets to then judge how refugees are, whether or not refugees are looked after.
Oh, thank you, Pallavi, for bringing in a very, very interesting perspective. And, the fact that who gets to define, as you said, and what are the terms in which it is defined. Is it defined in terms which are deeply Eurocentric and does not recognize the realities of the global south? But when we were talking, I was also thinking, and Smarnika, you will remember this in our gender war and conflict class, we often spoke about it, and we did an entire module on it, is also, again, even in the context of the global south, that perhaps it is, a refugee cannot be defined in homogeneous terms. And then again, the question of gender, how women and children are clubbed together as recipients of humanitarian aid as opposed to looking as active agents or defining and having say in seeking solutions to the challenges that they face. Again, something that perhaps we can take up for discussion when we are doing the Q&A. Professor Samrat, may I request you to share your reflections?
Yeah, first I'd like to thank the organizing committee and all the organizers for the conference, and all esteemed panelists also for participating, and it's a really wonderful and enriching experience to be here. in approaching the questions, I've approached it in a slightly different manner because so for the last couple of years, in fact nearly a decade or so, I was working in some of the conflict areas and especially in the Bodoland conflict for nearly a decade, and a couple of those years was actually embedded inside 3 particular NGOs that were providing the relief and rehabilitation to a huge population in terms of internally displaced populations, which are very distinct from the refugee question, but I'd like to just draw some attention to that. In terms of that, so I'll try and speak from that embedded experience more from a practitioner perspective, because I think one of the big disconnects that we are seeing in the humanitarian sector, and this comes in from some of the questions that are raised here, that actually the debates on international law and international relations and what actually happens to the lived experiences of the people who are displaced, and also the armed actors, both state and non-state. There are big empirical gaps between those particular realities and also some of the strategies taken by humanitarian organizations to deliver humanitarian assistance. So those particular strategies, how those decisions are made, how do you decide who's a beneficiary, who's not a beneficiary of humanitarian assistance, versus what is the intention behind the delivery of aid, which is there in terms of all of the different standards that are set by international law and international relations. So it's important to kind of look at, I think, practitioner-based perspectives in answering some of these particular questions. Now the big, and I think one of the more interesting questions that has emerged from a kind of overview, if you look at both globally and also locally, a common strand that has emerged is a very interesting debate that is occurring on the quality and accountability of humanitarian action, where there needs to be some degree of accountability and quality standards for the people who are providing humanitarian assistance as well. Now, if you look very carefully at what's happening with the UN peacekeeping force, for instance, we look at UN peacekeepers as people with good intent, right? But increasingly you're finding that no, there are actually a lot of pathologies and a lot of criminal acts that are committed by those who have been designated as guardians. Right, so the need for horizontal and vertical accountability, especially in humanitarian situations. Now there's a big problem here when you're talking about this quality and accountability part, primarily because in any conflict situation, it's seemingly anarchical, which it actually is not, right? Because there is a certain type of order which is at work. It's being contested, but it's not that it's an anarchical situation. But when you look at humanitarian organizations operating in these contexts, many of them are also tend to reflect that assumption of anarchy. So what do I mean by that? One, there's a level of competition between humanitarian agencies for fundraising, right, which is a big part of implementation. Second, there is a competition on achieving certain humanitarian objectives, right, but not necessarily in coordination with the other organizations, right? So these are two or three of the pathologies. The third one, and I think this is very important, that has come out of the Haiti experience actually, where you look at what Oxfam was doing in Haiti, and suddenly you have these huge allegations of sexual harassment and sexual abuse done by the humanitarian aid providers, because they assumed that the overall system in Haiti had broken down and there's no legal recourse. So just to kind of bring all of these points together before concluding, one, there's an increasing, when you look at the sphere of humanitarian practice itself, I think as students of international relations and international law, it's very important to start studying these accountability practices, which are increasingly becoming relevant in the actual implementation of programs. So it's important. So there are certain minimum standards. So for instance, if you look at minimum standards for water, sanitation, hygiene, food security, nutrition, shelter, settlement, non-food items, minimum standards of health action. So that comes under sphere standards, as well as the various standards that are coming under what is known as the humanitarian standards partnership. Okay, so conceptually, I think it's very important to bring all of these accountability standards and also look at the actual actions by humanitarian providers on the ground and document them. Because again, if you look very carefully at humanitarian actors, they do not actually get governed by international law, especially in conflict zones. So that's a major lacuna. Only the ICRC has international legal protection, but if you look at the MSFs or you look at Oxfams and so on and so forth, actually they are very diffuse actors. There are major issues in terms of transparency as well as accountability of the organizations to the people whom they are serving. Right, so this is one of the big problems that I thought I was, conceptually identifying and thinking about in the course of this. And I'll conclude here, and in the subsequent Q&A, I can draw upon some of the other examples of issues that came out of our projects. So I'll conclude here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for drawing attention to perhaps one of the most critical aspects of this conversation, which is the lived experience, and the question of accountability and transparency of humanitarian intervention and humanitarian organizations, and the fact that you drew attention to that many of these organizations do not fall within the framework of international law. Okay, this actually opens up the conversation, and we have these questions and we have shared it with the panelists, but if you need to go beyond these questions, if you feel that some of the questions have already been answered and you would want to approach this question differently, please I feel completely free to do that. The first question that I want to throw to the panelists for this round is the question of the supposed objectivity of international law, and and this supposed objectivity of international law often failing to account for the realities that lead to the exodus, the crisis, whether it is migration or refugees or the lived experiences as Samrad spoke about. And this increasing, if not a recent convergence, but increasing recognition of this convergence, as was pointed out, and this, so the acceptance of the political in the context of international law, how does that lead to any changes? Does that lead to any improvements? Do we see anything happening differently now with the recognition of this convergence? Okay, may I go back to you, Aman, and start with you.
Yeah, so just drawing up from the conversations that we've been having, so I just want to sort of I've been thinking about this question in sort of two parts largely, and sort of thinking about largely this idea of lived realities most prominently as to international law at the end of the day was supposed to be a system that provided for a language or at least a set of norms for accountability. However, in practice, I think I kind of agree with Nafis there that it sort of been reduced to a vocabulary. I mean, in the sense it's more, I mean, if anything, it could be best understood as a vocabulary, and a vocabulary that sort of gives some space to all actors to articulate their, like sort of speak a common language, so to say. Of course, the vocabulary has a very distinct problem in terms of who sort of created this vocabulary, like who sort of set the letters, who sort of set the standards, etc., which makes the debate at the outset kind of skewed, right? So, but what's also interesting to sort of take note of, and I kind of borrow from like this another prominent international law scholar who's been sort of talking about why should we care about international law, at least like in a post-Trumpish world. I mean, again, that's more of a symbolism that I want to sort of stick to. And she says that largely, I mean, at the end of the day, it's providing you a language. Of course, I mean, it's a long way ahead, I presume, to sort of articulate something and sort of get certain tangible sort of benefits out of it. But so far, I think we are still making use or benefit of that language, or sort of that's, or say for instance, a very system of debate being very skewed to begin with. So the most latest instrument of international law, which is the Global Compact on Refugees and the Global Compact on Migration, essentially attempting to answer these questions somewhere. And I think Professor Chimney puts it very beautifully that, I mean, it lays one very fundamental question outside its purview as to why is migration happening. Or say, for instance, certain questions of asylum, like whether we should be giving asylum. We still don't have like a enforceable right to asylum, so to say. So once international law has found a way somewhere to sort of to navigate this, it's like a gaming the sort of language in some sense, and you ask certain questions, you ask them in a certain way, you answer questions in a certain way that you kind of tend to sort of recreate those hierarchies as we go along. So, I mean, some of it or rather, like a quick take on it would largely be that yes, while there is sort of some hope, like it is given like multiple like individuals across the world, refugees with agencies, migrants with agencies to come and talk in the language of international law, and we are seeing that increasingly happen. But I still feel that because we still follow a very statist understanding of international law, and a lot of people say that as long as state becomes or continues to be the most prominent actor in defining the idea or defining the sort of terms of the language or the terms of the debate, it's always going to be problematic. But I guess like people are pushing out, and this is what I presume there's some hope attached to it, or what some individuals refer to as juris generativity of individuals, so to say, in the process.
So, Amman, if I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is that there is, it provides us with a vocabulary and there is merit to that in itself.
I guess, yeah.
With all the challenges that they're in, not negating that, there is merit to having that vocabulary.
I get, yeah. I mean, in the sense that law may not necessarily be able to sort of
have all the answers.
But it is at least now, I think there's increasingly, like with NGOs and like civil society actors and individuals themselves sort of using this language of international law, I think has some potential. I feel, of course, a long way to go, but yeah, like still recent instruments like the GCR don't necessarily fit, or like don't necessarily seem to be improvement as the question attempts us to interrogate.
All right, thank you very much. Professor Nafiz, your thoughts?
Thank you. Since I have already acknowledged, thank you, ma'am, we are here to supplement our arguments. We are not here to oppose anything. That is the beauty of higher education. I generally even advise my students, and I always behave as an advisor to my students. I never behaved like a teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, refugee crisis also a migration crisis. We should not forget. And how we are going to attend it, then it is, I generally find, and I really congratulate the framers of this kind of themes. It is the international relations driven international cooperation that is likely to be compatible with the national interests. And this is how we can further strengthen the reception of, refugees. I am of the well-considered view that whatever the, international soft law is available today at international level, my dear friends, all kinds of guidelines, declarations, paragraphs, fundamental understandings, principles, these are primarily, exclusively speaking for myself in my personal capacity, you got every right to disagree with me. I feel, I brand them as, political. Whether it is Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we find substantive common understanding at international level, and that has become the barometer, a baseline to measure entire, broadly of international human rights law. Same is the situation with that. When for the first time, in response to the question number 1, the political and improvement which is common and that has been identified, then I find 2016 New York Declaration on refugees and migrants were under these two important compacts which my learned colleague has pointed out, GCR and GCM, Global Compact on Refugees and Global Compact on Migration, have been promulgated or adopted. But people, international community is not comfortable with the binding treaty obligations. They are always comfortable with, political vertical, premise. And I find that these two important, compacts are political in character. That is why if you see the ratification or the accession to these, then more than 185 nation states have already approbated. And what is the rate of ratification of 19? 51 UN Convention relating to the status of refugees with its additional protocol of 1967, only 148 or 144, nation states have ratified. That is the, scenario. So if we have to, take into account, and my learned friend has also, came out regarding GCR, the observations of Professor B.S. Chimney. My dear friends, Professor B.S. Chimney, ever since he has started his academic journey, he has always been in opposition so far ratification of 1951 convention is concerned. But recently, after almost a gap, please correct me, almost more than 35 years or 40 years, and now he's talking of that we should ratify. This is the impact of the political acknowledgement by the Obama administration in the form of the New York Declaration of 2016, whereunder we have received these two important compacts, but I am having my own reservations. I feel, and this is my well-considered opinion, these global compacts should not have been adopted as a political document, rather additional protocol to 1951 convention. That created a better situation, because we are talking of transparency, we are talking of accountability in its vertical form, horizontal form. Therefore it becomes necessary the additional protocol should have been. Another important area that demands international approbation, and that is internally displaced persons. We are having only one guideline, 1998 UN guidelines on internal displacement, but internationally we have become so weak or so farce. But if I take you to another important continent, and that is Africa continent. In 2009, under the auspices of the African Union, they have adopted Kampala Convention on internal displacement, and regionally it's a binding treaty obligation in 2009, and which is popularly known as on internal displacement Kampala Treaty. So there are people, nation states, continents, countries who are attributing the greater amount of respect for international treaty obligations. Problem is that we, in our part of the world, we are taking every kind of roadmap, whatever has been decided by the New York wisdom, London wisdom, or the German wisdom, or the Washington wisdom. We are taking in verbatim. We are not creating. Otherwise, my dear friends, 85% of the world refugee population is currently being hosted by the global south jurisdictions. And recently we have already seen the double standards of these Westphalian model of human rights. What we have witnessed, racism, hatred, hate, everything was there against the non-white refugees who were living in Ukraine, and they are crossing international borders in the neighboring countries. So we have to sit back and we have to ponder and resurrect what exactly should be the regional understandings, because international legal framework to a very great extent has failed, and it is the regional framework that should be given some kind of priority, because recently in this year itself, in the month of June, even in United States of America, in the month of June, they have adopted a regional declaration which is known as the Los Angeles Declaration. In addition to the for the Turkish region, they have also came out with the Baku Declaration in 2017. In prior to that, even the Latin American countries, they have, and this declaration, mandate of this declaration is reflected in the national legislations of the Latin American countries, and that is the Cartagena Declaration of 1984. And prior to that, Afro-Asian ALCO, they also came out with certain fundamental principles, and these entire magnum opus, my dear friends, is political in character, and that occupies a central place in the area of international relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those thoughts. Pallavi, I will go to you quickly. We have 20 minutes and more questions to go to, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, Pastor, I'm going to take a license and sort of digress a little bit, but talk about an issue which is connected but separate, which is to do with like the formation of international law, and this question of I always ask, like, why is it so toothless? Why is it so weak? And a part of the whole conversation about, the question of refugees, migration, how do international organizations deal with these questions, also come out of again, like Europe in the interwar and post-war period. And there was something about how the theory of international relations itself was created, a realist theory itself was created out of this stinging rebuke that a lot of scholars were making of the League of Nations, which had in fact tried to put together a more interconnected and non-nation state, but rather cross-national approach to trying to handle minority rights and minority rights. And the argument that the League of Nations made that this issue of how to kind of how to deal with these questions was something that minority rights and the persecution of minorities had to be done in a cross-national kind of way, and that all the nations that signed on to the League of Nations were in a sense also collectively responsible for the stopping of the persecution of minority rights. And then what happened was that this approach failed. This approach kind of miserably, and the reason it was put in place in the first place was it was thought that this is the thing that's finally going to stop global violence and global war, and it's finally going to kind of bring stability and this interconnect. Everybody will have stakes in maintaining the peace. So it's finally going to be the thing that will stop war in the world. That approach failed. The Second World War breaks out. And so after the Second World War, a lot of theory, a lot of law about these questions are written in ways that favor the centrality of the nation state over that of over that of any kind of transnational or international kind of organizations. And so part of the conversation that we're having, I feel, also does relate to the way in which the nation state conceptualizes rights, human rights, and what it sees as constituting a violation of human rights. Like, what is the definition there? And how that conversation itself shifted over many decades. And there's a way in which we think about, we can think about community rights more constructively and kind of integrate that into a non-nation state centric kind of framework that might be more conducive to producing regional peace and at least stabilizing patterns of migration. There's a way in which we can do that, but we don't do that because the nation state prioritizes the individual as the center of law, so there's something about how the nation state conceptualizes law itself, which also lends itself to discussions about, the toothlessness of international law.
So perhaps it connects to the point that Professor Nafees has made about the attention to regional frameworks, but at the same time how in the context of the regional frameworks also how nation state is looking at constructing the idea of human rights. With that, Samrat, can I come to you for your reflections?
So, yeah, I had difficulty in understanding the question actually, especially the part on objectivity, because I always thought that international law is, these are all constructs, right? And a construct can change. And that's what's happening. The way conflict as a field, not only as a field of academic inquiry, but as an actual field of statecraft, and the way war is deployed as a way of achieving political aims, and the nature of warfare itself is fundamentally changing, especially given the rise of modern day technology. So in terms of the objectivity part, I actually didn't understand. I always really thought that, and I think it flows from what Pallavi has been mentioning, that if you look at it from a decolonization perspective, then international law is in a way imposition. It's a so what happens to traditional norms which are defining the conflicts or which are causative to the conflicts, where the roots of conflict resolution lie in the traditional practices of communities that are warring, or let's say communities that are in conflict. So I think one answer to that is that, and I think the ICRC has been doing some interesting work now on looking at the interface of trying to identify traditional forms of humanitarian law which are rooted in community practice or indigenous practices, and then integrate that with IHL in order to communicate IHL better. So it's an interesting question which I partially understood. So one, I think the need for looking at international law again as a very artificial construct that is continuously being reformulated. The second part of the answer also is that flowing from that, even the fact is that the idea of refugees is also connected to the problem of borders, and in most cases our borders of most modern nation states are very, very artificial, and you do have this problem, I think, in terms of definitional problems that need to be brought out, right, where co-ethnics are on both sides of the border. In fact, their histories predate the Westphalian history itself, and then suddenly you placed or separated artificially. I think so in terms of the acceptance of the political within international law, again, I'm not really sure how to explain it or answer it. Yeah, I think it'll be from a certain perspective, it'll be interesting to reformulate international law by looking at the artificiality of these borders and the artificiality of the law itself. And I don't think international law is objective in any sense, in any way. So, yeah.
Wonderful. So we are questioning the very objectivity of international law, and we are trying to understand how that impacts our understanding of the convergence of international law and international relations. With that, I'm taking an executive decision to merge question 2, 3, and 4 together, because we really do not have much time and there are things to reflect on. And more or less, as far as I understand, all of these questions at the heart of it is asking about vulnerability, and how do we understand and define vulnerability in the context of migrants or refugees or internally displaced person or climatically displaced person. And within the context of the vulnerability, the questions already identify women and children as vulnerable groups. And if you look at question number 4, it alludes to something that Samrat earlier you spoke about, is the violence that is inflicted by those who are supposed to protect, right?
Right.
That is what the question number 4 is talking about. So if we combine the understandings that these questions are trying to say, at the heart of it lies the question of vulnerability. Does the convergence of international law and international relations do anything in which to engage with these vulnerable groups? Or do you recognize these groups as vulnerables as the same way that is being recognized in current constructs around international law and international relations? And what are the ways in which the incorporation of the political does it make us look at this understanding in any distinctive ways? So I'm trying to put all of this together, and perhaps we can have shared reflections. Aman, I'll go back to you.
I think I'll just make a very quick reflection about it. International law's promise, of course, lies at the heart of it, is to sort of address these vulnerabilities in some form. But somewhere I think it's very important for us to sort of take note of the fact that we've been sort of critiquing the language of international law from where it's sort of originated. But somewhere it's also important to understand, and I think I kind of agree with Pallavi there, when we sort of have this idea of this modern nation state that's emerged, sort of mirroring the colonial elite, right? The post-colonial elite essentially becoming a mirror for whatever the colonial practices were. So interestingly, for international law, even post-decolonization, so to say, there are certain virtues or values that remain intrinsic. The idea of borders, the idea of sovereignty, the ideas of certain ethnic purity sometimes may not be worded in particular way, but it sort of kind of finds ground somewhere. To that end, I genuinely feel that international laws should, or rather, has of course started to increasingly sort of take note of this, that the idea has to be like somewhere this individual or agency centricity of bringing in the agent as the center of the conversation becomes very important and necessary, because as long as we continue sort of bringing in the state, the problem will sort of remain. The post-colonial elite will mirror whatever the colonizers did, and the same sort of ideas continue to sort of reiterate. And that's most visible, frankly. It's a very I'll just make a very quick example to sort of make my point clearer, is the idea of sort of pushing migrants at the sea. Or say, for instance, with India also, sort of India has a policy of pushbacks being preferable to the idea of deportations because it is administratively hassle-free.
Yeah.
So the idea somewhere is that you find ways around questions of international law. So like one of the biggest issues is that as soon as an individual enters your jurisdiction, that person should be under your control and you should be respecting certain XYZ rights. But what goes on to happen with seas most particularly is that you can, say for instance, disincentivize an individual taking the journey, or say for instance not sort of care about this individual or sort of ignore this individual's sort of movement from point A to point B and say that this is not my business and this is not my domain. And international law allows you to do that by constructs of jurisdiction, by constructs of and which is where I think things become interesting because it's not necessarily the substantive right alone, but questions of jurisdiction, administrative hassle, I mean like what looks administratively easy and what sometimes can be projected as legitimate but does not necessarily need to be legal, so to say.
Thank you, Aman. And you brought the conversation back to having the agent at the center of the conversation on international law. And while going back to the earlier question of vulnerability and vulnerable groups, and at for the sake of accountability and transparency, I have been told that I have 5 minutes to wrap up the session. So, therefore, may I request if any one of you during your reflections, the last two questions about asylum seekers and the question of food security, if you want to weave that into as part of your reflections, then you are most welcome to do that. Professor, please.
Two quick observations I intend to share with all of you. Number one, as you have pointed out, the vulnerability framework. In attending vulnerability framework, it is very, very important to institutionalize and to incorporate. So far, the human rights constitutionalism is concerned, it is always there. But there is a lack of judicial will or the institutional, or rather in the words of the Professor Amartya Sen, in his idea of justice, he came out with the, identification which is known as transcendental institutionalism. This is something we are lacking, number one. And this is the principle, my dear friends, the principle of non-refoulement. Non-refoulement, it's a French terminology, but it is written as non-refoulement in English, but the pronunciation remains French. So we pronounce it non-refoulement. So there should be, and it is also reflected under Article 3 of the Torture Convention of 1984. It is also there under 1951 UN Convention relating to the status of refugees under Article 33 subclause 1. And there is an emerging scholarship on international refugee law and forced migration studies who are attaching and attributing some kind of a exalted value to this particular premise when they are treating it as some kind of a firewall, if I am allowed to use the language of computer softwares. So firewall, some kind of a safety valve which is protected under what we call Vienna Convention of Law of Treaties as well as customary international law principles. So it has become some kind of a safety wall. So this should be taken into consideration and it must be institutionalized, incorporated in national legislations if at all any national legislation is likely to be there. Number two, ma'am, as you have pointed out how to define refugees, we cannot have a single definition, we have an amalgamation of definitions. If there is a individualization of the refugee definition in the Eurocentric or 1951 convention that it must be complemented under all circumstances by the 1969 Organization of African States convention on the specific what you call or governing the specific aspect of refugees, that should also be taken what you call together. And so far our part of the world in 2004 even we have also came out with a loose understandings on SARC declaration on the rights of refugees. I am not talking of the private member bills which are still pending before the Indian Parliament for some kind of a parliamentary consideration or parliamentary perusal. So this should also be taken. Another important, very quickly ma'am, the last submission would be in response to the question number 7th, we are talking of the food security. So food security is also having certain important inherent human rights. Right to food is basically a human right, But there is also a right to human dignity in the context of food, which I call as human rights or right to access what we call, food, where the dignity is, involved. And thereafter, right to have food security, that is a political premise. It must, as well as the constitutional premise, which must also be made available, because it has also, if you see WHO reports, if you see the food organization, World Food Organization's, report, you will also find, and now NGOs are, coming out, and it has become an international crisis. People are, dying because of hunger and starvation. So this must also be, attended at the earliest. So that is my understanding.
Thank you very much, Pallavi. I'll move quickly to you.
Yeah, I'm going to make it quick, but what you were talking about, the vulnerability, how to define who is vulnerable. And I feel like, so again, going by the partition experience, like it's important to keep the individual in the heart of the story when you're figuring out who vulnerable populations are. And a really good example of this is, after all, the story of abducted women, who were in different circumstances and who had differing responses to the traumas of partition, who had, who were telling a story about how the individual deals with different contexts and lives with it, and whose states were calling them vulnerable and saying that, look, you need to be rescued and you need to be rehabilitated and you need to be taken back. And they were saying, no, we're fine if you don't call us vulnerable, that's okay, like we'll manage. So it's also like there's something about there's something about understanding how people are going about defining vulnerability and what kind of stakes people have in that process, and whether or not the person is at the heart of the story.
Yeah, that goes back to the question of then the very definition of it being so hierarchical, often patriarchal, clubbing these together, that the solutions that are sought are also the same in nature and therefore defeats the purpose, right? Samrat.
Yeah, I think on question 4, where it says that in terms of the sexual violence directed towards women being inflicted mainly by government officials and military personnel as protectors, I think that's a slightly flawed assumption, because I think we also have to look at accountability of non-state actors, because even members of armed groups see themselves as protectors of their communities, but they also inflict violence on the same set of communities they are protecting. And you can see this trend across any major data set, whether you see it from PRIO or OPASAL or any measure of actual conflict violence, that there is a high level of violence perpetrated by non-state actors as well. So it's important to also look at accountability for non-state actors, not only state actors. Whatever state, if state actors are committing or they are committing sexual violence, that is wrong, of course. But also we must not leave out non-state actors from the accountability, because they enjoy certain types of contested legitimacy, and the way they drive violence itself, the determinants of that violence need to be understood if you're looking at an overall peace-building approach. So I think here it's important to look at violence from both sides, whether state or non-state. This non-state violence tends to not get the requisite attention that it should be getting in the study of conflict. And I would also argue that we actually, in conflict studies, don't study violence. Right? We rarely look at the determinants of individual acts of violence and individual elements of what constitutes violence itself in these contexts. So that was one major, one response that I wanted to pick up on. But I'll conclude here.
Thank you very much. I know we don't have time, but okay, yes, please.
I would like to bring your kind notice that we should not forget of the armed contingent under NATO command in Afghanistan, particularly from Australia and Sweden. They have raped Afghan women. So this should not be, and there are documents, evidences are there in public domain, and after proper inquiry that was conducted, so they are there.
But how many documents are there of the Taliban? How many documents are there where you can document the Taliban's actions?
My intention is not to justify the Taliban, commission of, crimes. They have abandoned even the constitution, very beautiful constitution of 2004 they have abandoned. And now they are invoking this 1964 constitution. So they are doing all kinds of nonsense. I am on record. And with full responsibility I am making this statement. So, but we should not, those who are, the biggest violators of 1951 convention are the people who have promulgated initially this convention.
All right, how much time do I have? I have no time. Can I take one question from the audience, one or two questions? Yes, please.
Yes, so in the beginning of the discussion, we were discussing the importance of defining who is a refugee. And I think in Professor's work, he also defined a term CDM, I think, grammatically.
Yes, yeah.
So based on my understanding, the current definition of a refugee is based on the idea of persecution. But in case of climate, when there is no particular state or any other actor, particularly and specifically, which is persecuting you or inducing that fear in you. Now, how do we end up defining who is a refugee?
Well, my submission in response to your question would be that we have to have some kind of analogical deduction. Because if climate change is taking place and they are adversely affecting the people, so the territory in which this kind of an adverse impact is there and identified, the government of that very territory, the instrumentality of that or governmental agencies are responsible for the remedial measures. Because it is that is the beauty. Try to understand. Beauty is that the word persecution has not been defined in the refugee discourse. And there are benefits of not to define. There are benefits if we are not having, because only the 5 grounds of persecutions have been defined. But if you see another important on the other side of the global north, and that is the global south, you will find foreign aggression, occupation, massive violations of human rights, internal strife, and other important what you call, and Kampala Convention is also there. And one of the paragraphs of 1998 guidelines, UN guidelines on internal displacement, one aspect has also been, one paragraph is also there that takes into account in case of climate what you call, catastrophe. So in this kind of a, situation like climate change, that is you are right with, that is very cataclysmic, very violent one. So we have to take into account the cumulative, circumstances, and we have to define who is a refugee, who is a climate refugee on the basis of sufferings, pains, ultimately what has been received. Because right to roots, right to have historical sense of belonging, which has not been defined anywhere, but that is a right. There are certain important rights, my dear friends, which cannot be defined or reduced into black and white, which can only be felt.
I'm so sorry, but we have a question there.
Just a quick question. So, first of all, thank you the panelists and the professors for organizing the session. So, my question was regarding protecting the agency of the groups which has already been defined as a refugee. So one of the action was in 2016 when the International Olympic Committee created this refugee Olympic team. So where they participated under individual banners. So if the panel could kindly acquaint us with any such other efforts which they might have come across post 2016, where such recognition to a group of individuals have been prescribed under refugee status.
I'm not yeah, like sports are one prominent place where this is happening. There's actually some work around exploring these solidarities outside mainstream spheres. I think, considering the time, I'll just give you a reference. This UN expert on solidarity, Professor Obiora Okafor, has been talking about these alternative ways of sort of expressing, say, solidarity, and cities trying to sort of welcome people, having representations of groups. Again, I don't think it fits within a very conventional model, but some of these alternative representations in spaces besides like political spaces, so to say, I think he has spoken about it in the last, is 18, 19 and 20 reports. Okay. Yeah.
All right, I think we'll have to wrap up the session. I want to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the panelists. Thank you so much for your time, for sharing your valuable insights. Thank you to the audience. Thank you so much for staying on despite, I understand it is lunchtime, asking questions and engaging with the session. We are truly, truly grateful. And over to the organizers. Swarnika, is there anything else that needs to be done at this point? Let me know.
Thank you so much, Professor Mahanta. This was truly an enriching session.
On the behalf of the organizing committee, I would first of all like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Raj Kumar, who is not here today, but we couldn't have done this without his constant support and guidance. I would especially like to thank Professor Srijit, the Executive Dean of Jindal Global Law School. Words are not enough to thank him for his constant support and guidance and mentorship. Thank you so much, sir. We have nothing but deep gratitude and regard for you. And thank you for putting together and envisioning such a great concept note and thinking about the theme of the conference. It was really enriching. I hope it was an enlightening and enriching experience for all the students, panelists, as well as faculty members. I would like to thank the executive officers. I'm not sure if Vikrant ji is around. Vikrant ji, Om ji, and all the other executive officers. The conference wouldn't have been possible without them. Of course, the event team, Vikas Chandok sir, the food team, thank you to everyone. And I can't thank enough the assistant deans who were the part of the organizing committee. I would like to thank Professor Manika Nair, Professor Shraddha, who is here, Professor Smarnika, Professor Shachi, Professor Pallavi, Professor Apurvi, Professor Animesh Jindal, Professor Shubhangi, Professor Sharon. I hope I've named everyone. So thank you to all of you to come, to be a part of this conference. I can't thank you enough.
I hope to specifically thank all the students here. I know that you had an interim on your way, but you know that you were quite excited when we barged into your class, dragged you into the conference. You actively participated because we got outstanding feedback from the people who came to this conference, especially about the questions you have asked. So definitely you make us richer, there is no doubt about that. Also to all those faculty members who cooperated with us, spared their last class with us, but particularly to students, you made this conference a big success. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We will just take a moment to felicitate our guests of honor.